Welcome to the ASP.NET 9 Development Masterclass. My name is Dennis Pagnuta, and together with Yannick Leisman, we'll be guiding you through the foundational aspects of building modern web applications using C# and ASP.NET Core 9. In this first quarter of our comprehensive course, we'll dive deep into the initial setup, the evolution of ASP.NET, and we'll take you step by step through creating your first ASP.NET MVC project. By the end of this video, you will have a solid understanding of the basics of ASP.NET Core 9, including the MVC pattern, setting up SQL Server, and connecting your web application to a database. This session is perfect for both beginners and experienced C# developers. But remember, this is just the beginning. There's so much more to learn in the full course, where we'll cover advanced topics like RESTful API development, identity and security, Blazor web development, and much more. So check out the link in the description below to enroll in the full course and gain access to our support team through the Q&A section, as well as constant updates that keep you ahead in your development journey. So without further ado, let's get started. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to go over why you should learn ASP.NET in 2024. And you have your own reasons, otherwise you wouldn't have enrolled into this course. So I will just show you another set of really good reasons, and that will hopefully increase your motivation to finish the course. So let's get started. The first thing is that ASP.NET Core has been updated for the longest time, and it has evolved from ASP.NET Framework, which has been the go-to web development framework with C# before that, or before ASP.NET Core came out. And now it just is embracing the modern development practices and addressing past limitations. Then it's cross-platform compatible, so you can develop for it on Windows, Mac, and Linux. And then there is a big open source community which drives improvements. And also, obviously, this helps with a bunch of really cool projects that you can learn from, a bunch of tutorials, but also just improvements to the environment itself. Then it's scalable. So it's really optimized for performance, and ASP.NET Core is designed with performance in mind, offering high throughput and low latency. And on top of that, it's built with asynchronous programming. So it has extensive support for that via async and await. This improves application scalability and responsiveness, which obviously helps with making your app scalable to all kinds of sizes of user bases. So even if there are hundreds of thousands of users using your website, if you've built it with ASP.NET Core, it's going to be flawlessly running, obviously, depending on the server that you're running it on. And then the framework is built with efficient memory management and garbage collection in mind, ensuring minimal resource consumption, which also adds to the whole scalability aspect. And it has very versatile development. So it allows you to build all kinds of applications. For example, MVC applications. So we're going to build an MVC application, then RESTful APIs, which we're going to build together. Then we're going to go into microservices with Yannick. Then there are mobile backends and Internet of Things applications that you can build with ASP.NET Core. And then there is front-end integration. So the cool thing is that it seamlessly integrates with popular frameworks like Angular, React, and Vue.js, allowing developers to create rich and interactive user interfaces. And we have an Angular and a React course, and even a course that combines ASP.NET with Angular. So showing you the front end and the back end in one big course. That's something you might want to check out as well after having learned ASP.NET. And then ASP.NET is designed for modern cloud-based applications with built-in support for Azure services, Docker, and Kubernetes. So there are a bunch of really cool tools available. One of them is Visual Studio, which is an amazing IDE. We're going to use that for this course, and it has IntelliSense, amazing debugging, profiling, unit testing, and which enhances your productivity as a developer. Then there is a command line interface available, so a versatile CLI for project scaffolding, build, run, and publish tasks, supporting efficient development workflows and automation. And then you have extensive libraries available to you. So you have access to a vast ecosystem of libraries and NuGet packages that provide pre-built functionalities, reducing development time because somebody else developed it for you already. And one of the things that we're going to use for that is going to be Entity Framework Core, which is really amazing and helps us so much. Then there are a bunch of security features, authentication and authorization are built in. So that's pretty cool. That also includes JWT and OAuth, as well as social logins and robust authorization mechanisms. So generally speaking, it just makes sure that you don't have to develop all of that stuff. You can just tap into the features, develop around the features, or use those features in your program, and the whole complex stuff is happening under the hood. So that's really, really cool. And it has also integrated data protection APIs for encrypting data at rest and in transit, ensuring compliance with security standards and regulations, which becomes more and more important. We're not in the internet of the 2000s anymore. And then there are security updates coming continuously. So that's really something where Microsoft is doing a great job at addressing new vulnerabilities and threats promptly. So then the community and support are really, really important, because I don't know if you have ever developed in a new programming language, so to speak, where there's not a big community yet, but it's really a pain because there is barely anything out there. You are entirely reliant on the documentation, which very often isn't really fully done yet or not very in depth. So basically you're lost. If something doesn't work, you have to figure it out yourself. But with an active developer community, that's not the case. You can basically ask your questions and you are very likely to find someone who has gone through the same problems that you had, or there were even other people who had these problems and they were fixed, or they showed how they fixed it and so forth. So it's really amazing. And this is really important. So the forums, the blogs, the open source projects, and the learning resources such as this course, for example, it's there because there is a big community support, and ASP.NET is such a relevant framework. Then Microsoft backing. So Microsoft is really pushing ASP.NET. They're consistently improving it and really making the framework better and up to date. There is a new update coming every year. It's different to what they do with app development, such as Maui or Xamarin that was there before. They really care about ASP.NET. The other stuff, they don't care too much about, it feels like, often enough, but ASP.NET, they really do care about. And then there is extensive documentation. As I said earlier, it's really crucial to have the right files with the right information available to you, such as a comprehensive official documentation, tutorials, and sample projects. All of that wouldn't matter if there weren't any jobs, but there's a high demand for ASP.NET developers, which, well, it's because it's not super easy. It's not something that every front-end developer can do, which is why it's so crucial to learn the skill. And there is high demand coming from various sectors, such as finance, healthcare, retail, and technology, offering numerous job opportunities. And then we have competitive salaries. So ASP.NET developers do get pretty good salaries, reflecting the specialized skills and expertise required for this technology stack. As well as, and then there are opportunities for career advancement into roles such as senior developer, tech lead, or solution architect, as well as positions in DevOps and cloud architecture that arise from becoming an ASP.NET developer. So what are some real-world use cases? First of all, there are a bunch of enterprise applications using ASP.NET because it's so robust and scalable. And then there are e-commerce platforms. Many of them leverage ASP.NET for its ability to handle high traffic and provide secure transactions. And then ASP.NET is used to develop powerful content management systems that support dynamic and interactive web content. So what are the future prospects for ASP.NET? Well, number one is that ASP.NET is continuously evolving with regular updates. As I said, yearly updates with a new .NET version coming out every year and new features being added to keep up with the latest technology trends. And then there are ongoing integrations with emerging technologies like AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, then enhance the framework capabilities. And then the cool thing is, as I said earlier, the community. So they're really contributing to the framework's growth, adding valuable resources and improvements continuously. So it is future-proof to learn ASP.NET. That's the main message here. It's a really good idea to learn it. And that's why I hope you enjoyed this course. So see you in the next video. All right, so let's look at the history of ASP.NET. And the main purpose of this presentation is to really give you a good feeling about learning ASP.NET, as it has been around for such a long time. And I'm expecting it to be around for a very long time, even in the future. So it definitely makes sense for you to look into the past in order to have a feeling for the future. So first of all, A little bit of an introduction of ASP.NET, and it's an open source server-side web application framework designed for web development to produce dynamic web pages. And it was developed by Microsoft, which is pretty cool, and it's there to allow programmers to build dynamic websites, applications, and services. The primary goal of ASP.NET is to enable developers to create web applications with minimal coding and high performance, leveraging the .NET framework, which is a really powerful framework. And ASP.NET has played a crucial role in the evolution of web development. It introduced features and tools that streamline the development process and improve application performance. ASP was first released in January 2002 as part of the .NET Framework 1.0. It was designed to provide a robust and scalable platform for web application development. ASP.NET introduced many new features compared to its predecessor, ASP, which stands for Active Server Pages, including compiled code, server controls, and event-driven programming. And in recent years, Microsoft has embraced the open source community, making ASP.NET Core available on GitHub and encouraging community contributions. So ASP.NET 1.0 was released in January 2002, and it introduced the concepts of web forms, which allowed developers to create dynamic web applications using a visual drag and drop interface. ASP.NET 1.0 was released in April 2003, and it included improved performance, mobile controls, and support for ODBC, the .NET Data Provider. And these early versions established ASP.NET as a powerful framework for web development, setting the stage for future advancements. So in 2005, in November specifically, ASP.NET 2.0 was released as part of the .NET Framework 2.0. And the key features were master pages, membership and role management, personalization, and grid view control for easier data management. These features significantly enhanced the developer experience, enabling more modular and maintainable code and simplifying common web development tasks. In November 2007, .NET Framework 3.5 came out, and in combination with that, ASP.NET 3.5 came as well. And there was a very big feature that was introduced and integrated into .NET 3.5, and that was Ajax. And Ajax allowed for more dynamic and responsive web applications. Some additional features were LINQ, which stands for Language Integrated Query, which makes getting data from a database or working with databases in general a lot easier. And then list view, as well as data pager controls and improved CSS and JavaScript debugging tools. And then in April 2010, ASP.NET 4 was introduced, and the key enhancements were significant improvements to the web forms, including enhanced view state control, improved page control, and URL routing. And it also focused on enhancing the overall developer experience with better HTML and CSS rendering and improved configuration settings. And then ASP.NET MVC, the framework, was first released in December 2007. It provided an alternative to the traditional ASP.NET Web Forms model, allowing for a more modular and testable approach to web development. The key features were that this framework included the separation of concerns, testability, and support for RESTful URLs. It promotes a cleaner architecture and easier maintenance of complex applications. ASP.NET MVC quickly became popular among developers for its flexibility and alignment with modern web development practices. It has been widely used in enterprise-level applications even. And then ASP.NET Web API was introduced in 2012 as a framework for building HTTP services that can be accessed from a wide range of clients, including browsers and mobile devices, which became quite important at that point because I believe Android 3 or so has been out at that point, or even Android 4. So it has been a very important time as many people started using Android phones and iOS phones as well. Some of the key features was the Web API, which provides a platform for developing RESTful services using the .NET framework. It includes features such as routing, content negotiation, and model binding. The ASP.NET Web API is widely used for developing backend services for single-page applications, so SPAs, and mobile apps and other distributed systems that require robust API solutions. And then in 2016, the big change came, and ASP.NET Core was released. It is a redesigned version of ASP.NET It's built for cross-platform compatibility and high performance. Hereby, cross-platform means that you can run it on Windows, macOS, and Linux, which makes it a versatile choice for modern development environments. ASP.NET Core introduces a modular framework with a smaller runtime, improving application performance and scalability. And this was crucial, and ever since, they have constantly improved on ASP.NET Core. And now it's actually that every single year a new version comes out. So every year there's a new .NET version. And with each new version, ASP.NET Core just gets better. So I'd say this was enough in terms of a little history lesson regarding ASP.NET. Now that we looked at the past, let's look towards the present. So in this course, we're going to use .NET 9 and specifically .NET 9 Preview 4, which is the version that is out the moment I started recording this course. So I would highly recommend that you use the exact same version. Otherwise, you might run into some differences in the code base or in the visuals or anything like that. So just search for .NET 9 Preview 4 and you will come to this .NETmicrosoft.com website where you can download the .NET 9 Preview 4, which is pretty close to the final version of .NET 9. So you will not see any big changes coming usually. And that has been the case for the last few years. So I assume it will be the same now. So you can just download the version that works for you. I'm using an x64 architecture, so I'm just going to use that. So the next thing that you will need is going to be Visual Studio 2022 Preview. So just search for Visual Studio Preview and you should come to this website where you can download the preview version. And I'm going to use the community version, which is free and has all the features that we need. So let's just download that. And now after you have installed the preview, you can start the Visual Studio setup exam, which will lead you to this page, and you should install ASP.NET and web development with all the default components. So we're just going to leave the defaults here and then we can click on install, which will then take a little while until everything is installed. And once the installation is done, you will see this little pop-up and we can launch Visual Studio Community Preview. And in the next video, we're going to set up our first project, our first ASP.NET project. So see you there. All right, so let's go ahead and create our first MVC project. Therefore, I am using Visual Studio 2022 Preview, and I can just go ahead and create a new project on the bottom right-hand side. And here we're going to search for MVC, which stands for Model View Controller. And you see that there are multiple versions. There's one for C# and F, and I'm just going to use the C# variant here where it says ASP.NET Core Web App Model View Controller. That's the one that we need to select. So you can just click Next. And I'm going to call this one Diary App. And the solution name should just be Diary, because we're going to have multiple projects in this one solution later on using the N tier. That's just the setup that we are making for a later stage of the project. So the rest can stay as it is. And let's go ahead and click Next here. And here we have a few options available. So here I'm just going to use .NET 9 Preview and everything else can stay the same. We're not going to use authentication just now. We're going to do that later on. And same goes for containers. So we can just use the defaults here as well. So let's go ahead and create the project. And at this point, Visual Studio does all of the magic for us, where we can now see that we have a bunch of files that were generated for us. And we're going to go over every single file so that you get a better idea as to what we're working with. So see you in the next video. Okay, before we go into all of the files, however, let's run our project once and just see what it looks like, what the default project that we've gotten looks like. So I'll run the app. And after a few seconds, once it's built, we get this website here, which is a very generic website, but it already has a few components to it. So first of all, we see the name where it says Diary App, and this is based on our project name. Then we see we have a home page as well as a privacy page. We have some content as well as a footer. So in the footer, we see when it was made, and again, the app name, as well as the privacy page, as you have to have one when you are publishing your websites. You have to somehow have a privacy page. nowadays. All right. So when we go to the privacy page, you see this is the privacy policy page, and use this page to detail your site's privacy policy. Now, obviously, we don't have any of that, but it's something we could set up later on. And then when we go to the home page, we see we get back to the default page that we were at when the project started. So all of these pages are there in our default projects. We didn't touch the code at all. We didn't write a single line, and all of that was there. So we're going to find out how all of this comes together and where all of this can be modified and how we can basically make our own website from it. What I want to put the focus on for now is going to be this localhost 7016. And this is stored inside of a file, and that's what we're going to look at now. All right. So when you go to your project, and actually we can stop running the project, we can see that there are a bunch of folders, right? And one of them is called launch settings.json. So this launch settings.json is a JSON file that holds all of the launch settings that indicate how our project is run. All right, so let's look at the file now. So first of all, we have the schema, and the schema is quite important because it basically allows us to do edits inside of this JSON file, and our IDE still understanding how to help us out. And it basically says, this is how a launch settings.json file is supposed to look like. And when we are making changes, it understands that there's something wrong with the code if we make a mistake. So it just says, okay, it needs to have IIS settings, it needs to have profiles, and then how should these profiles look like? So this is defined inside of this launch settings JSON schema that we have right here. Without it, we wouldn't have the help of our IDE like Visual Studio, for example, helping us out with the IntelliSense. Then we have IIS settings, and IIS stands for Internet Information Services, which is used for running and testing web applications locally, so on our machine. So we can run this web app on our PC without hosting it on a server. That's the IIS settings. And you can see there are Windows authentication here, set to false, anonymous authentication. So there are a few properties inside of these Internet Information Services. So there is one that is called IIS Express. So this Express one is just a lightweight, self-contained version of Internet Information Services. And it says that the application URL should be this and the port should be that. However, there are multiple profiles, okay? So we have inside of our entire launch settings.json file a few profiles. And the profiles that you see here are the profiles that you can select from here at the top. So you can see we have HTTPS, HTTP, IIS Express, and WSL. And those profiles are set up here. And these profiles, we can find them again up here when we are running our application. So you can directly see there is HTTP, HTTPS, and IIS Express. WSL is not included in these profiles here. So you can see HTTP, HTTPS, and IIS Express. So inside of the HTTP object, you can see a few properties where it says command name. So this identifies the debug target to run. Then we have the .NET run message, which is set to true to display a message when the project is building. And then we have the launch browser setting, which says, okay, set to true if the browser should be launched. So we saw that once we clicked on run, the browser opened up and the application was launched. This is true for our HTTPS setting as well here. You can see launch browser is set to true as well. And that's what we did. We selected the HTTPS variant. By the way, if you run using HTTPS, you might have to install some certificates as well to be able to run HTTPS. All right, then we have the application URL, and you can see that this is the variant for HTTP, the URL. This is the URL that we saw for our application running the HTTPS profile. Okay, so if you run this, once again, you see that this is the URL, localhost 7016, which is what we have right here. Now, on top of that, we see that there are environment variables, and there is just one environment variable, and that is basically saying in which environment am I. Am I in the development environment, in the staging environment, or in production environment? So basically, we are in development right now because we are developing the app, but once you actually push it out and it should be available to the public, then it would go to production. And this part here is then deciding which of those files that we have inside of app-settings.json is going to be loaded. But that's something that we are going to cover later. So yeah, basically that's what this file is for, this launch settings.json file. So now you have an idea for that, and let's go over to the next file. All right, in this video, we're going to look at the project file, and the project file is this one right here. So you can double click onto it and you will see a few settings here. So first of all, it says which SDK is going to be used, and it's going to be the Microsoft.NET SDK web variant. Then we have a property group with a few properties. So the first one is the target framework, and it says .NET 9.0, which is the version of .NET that we're using, even though it's a preview version, but still it's just .NET 9. So that is set up here. Then we have this nullable setting, and it is enabled, and nullables were introduced with .NET 8, and they just allow a safer way to use values that can be null, that can just be empty and have no value at all. So this helps improving code quality by allowing nullable reference types and providing compile time null safety checks. So that's pretty cool. And then we have implicit usings. So this one is enabled by default, as you can see here. And this allows us to automatically use the usings and to have less boilerplate code. So we don't need to manually add usings into our file. You can directly see that when you go to the Program.cs file here. There are those usings up here, global using directives, and you can click into it and you can see all of the usings that are added. So all of the namespaces that are added to this file. Okay, so we're going to go to that file later on again. But for now, it's just about this implicit usings, and it just saves us time. Okay, so we don't need to take care of that ourselves. And then there are project extensions, and this section is used to include additional settings or properties specific to Visual Studio, which do not directly affect the build, but are useful for development environments. So we have Visual Studio here, then we have user properties, and these user properties specifically are this app.json settings JSON schema that we have seen earlier on inside of our launch settings here. So it's using this launch settings JSON schema. And this section is just there for us to store our settings that are specific to the developer's environment or the IDE that is used. In our case, it is for Visual Studio. Okay, so that's it for this file. See you in the next video looking at the next file. All right, so now let's look at the connected services as well as the dependencies. So these are two sections that we have inside of our solution. And the connected services, you see currently we don't have any dependencies discovered. And you see the keyword dependencies here as well. So these services could be something like the Azure services, which allow you to have Azure storage, so storage in the cloud, for example, or a SQL database with Azure in the cloud, or the Key Vault of Azure, or it could be some REST or SOAP services. So these are all different services which basically allow you to use external features that you don't have to develop all by yourself, that are out there and you can use them. And they would appear in this connected services folder, so to speak. And the cool thing is that a lot of the work will automatically then be done by Visual Studio. So we will not have to do too much about it, but we will need to set up dependencies. Now let's go over to dependencies. So inside of dependencies, that's where we can add our NuGet packages, for example, and we would have the dependencies that allow us to use different features, like for example, Entity Framework Core, which we are going to go into depth later on, as well as when we have multiple sub-projects, so to speak, inside of our bigger solution. So we have our solution diary, but then we're going to have we have our diary app inside of the diary, and we can have multiple apps, so to speak, in order to use a proper architecture, which we're going to do later on. So for now, just see that these two folders are empty. There's nothing in there, or there's like an analyzer and some framework files in there, but nothing that we added, and we're going to add stuff there later on. So this is where they are just collected and clumped together so that you have them all in one place and can easily see what is included inside of your project. So you see by default, we have the .NET Core framework as well as the ASP.NET Core framework inside of our dependencies folder in our diary app. So that's it for this file. Let's go over to the next one. All right, so now let's look at the www root folder, which you can find right here. Okay, so there's this folder and it has a very important purpose. It is there for static files. So it contains the files that can directly be sent to the user or to the client, so to speak. And this allows for caching, this allows for faster reload time, so to speak, and it should only contain information or files that are not critical in the sense of they don't hold any like critical login data or anything like that, right? It should only contain the front end stuff. So everything that the user can directly see, but not anything that should be server side calculated or run basically. So let's look at the files. So we can see we have a CSS folder, then we have a JavaScript folder, a libraries folder, which contains Bootstrap, jQuery, and so forth. And then we have a favicon ICO file. So the thing is, these are accessible directly via the URL. So you can see there is this www root folder, which then has a subfolder called CSS. And the CSS folder has a file called site.css. So if we wanted to access this file, we can do that. Let me show you how. So you can just use CSS, which is the folder, so the subfolder of the www root folder, right? So we have CSS, and then inside of it, we have this file site.css. And this is the code that we see in this site.css, and you can open it up and you can see that in fact, it is the same code that we just saw. All right, so button active focus. Let's see if that's exactly what we see here. And it says button active focus. Okay, so that's how you can access the file. Now you can obviously try to do the same thing with the JavaScript file. So JS site.js. So let's do that. Therefore, we go to js/site.js, and it's not CSS, it's JS. And we can see our JavaScript file, which says, please see documentation at so-and-so. So this just gives you an idea as to what kind of files you should store here. So it's all static files should be inside of this www root folder. There are other ways to do it, to expose it via code, but that's not something we have to think about right now. So why would this matter? First of all, it helps with the separation of concerns. So the www root folder helps separate static files from server-side code. And this ensures a clear distinction between files processed on the server and on those that are delivered directly to the client. So that are then executed on the client side. So the browser is just running the JavaScript code, for example, by default or on its own and not on the server. And then it's good for security as well. Now, the main benefits are, number one, it's efficiency. So it just serves those static files very quickly, and these static files are not just CSS, JavaScript, and the library, which also contains JavaScript and CSS code, but it's also there for images, fonts, and some other assets that you might want to have, like JSON files, videos, or downloadable content. And then you also have caching. So I said it earlier, it enables you to do caching, or the browser to cache the static files, and this will improve the loading speed when the user returns, coming later again or coming from one page to another. The second page will load faster because those default static files will not have to be loaded again. And it simplifies the deployment because it keeps all the static files in one place, and we have full control over that. So yeah, that's the www root folder. And I'd say let's go over to MVC next. All right, so now it's time to understand MVC. MVC stands for Model View Controller. And we're going to understand this with this little graph. We've prepared a little presentation for you here. So let's say we have an end user, and that end user is doing something on the computer and wants to access your website. So once he accesses the website, the controller handles this request. So the user basically sends out a request. I want to see whatever this page is. So the user clicks on a button or goes to your website, and this is a request that goes over to your website, which then sends this information to the controller, and the controller says, okay, I'm going to handle the flow of this request. And what's really important is the controller never actually handles the data. It also doesn't handle how things look like. It's really just handling the communication, so to speak. So now we have a model. So MVC, now we're looking at the M, we have seen the C. So this controller now fetches data from the model, because the model itself handles the data logic and it interacts with the database. So the database could be any type of database, but basically the model is just saying, okay, this is how the data should look like, and I'm going to handle the logic. Then the data is sent over to the controller, and then the controller sends the information to the view that then can display the data. So the view handles the data presentation, not the data itself, but how it looks like or how it is visualized. And it is then dynamically rendered. So whenever data is changed, it is also changing the view through the controller. Pretty cool stuff. So the controller now fetches the presentation from the view, and once it has all of this, it sends the response to the end user. Okay, so if we simplify this even more, we can say that the user sends a request, the controller then handles the user request and acts as an interface between the model and the view. So it now gets the data from the model, and the model itself just represents the shape of the data and connects directly to the database so that it can get the data. And then we have the view, which represents the user interface, which just says, okay, this is how I'm going to look like. This is how the website is going to appear and look like for the user. And this presentation is sent to the controller. The controller now knows, okay, this is how it's going to look like. This is how the data is going to be. Now let me display that to the user. So number 4 is the response. So the user gets the response back. So this is basically what MVC stands for. And in the next videos, we're going to look at MVC directly in our project. So see you there. Okay, so now let's look at MVC. So we have seen almost all files except for the MVC files, the app settings and Program.cs file. So let's look at MVC. So we start with M because it's what the MVC starts with, right? And currently we only have an error view model. Now, if you look at the error view model, you see that it's just a default class with 2 properties. So the request ID as well as the show request ID. So nothing too fancy. And this is generally how a model would look like. So you have a class with a bunch of properties. So then let's look at the next part, and that would be MVC. So we have the view, but the view, you can see it has home, shared, and then view imports and view start. So before we go into those, I would say it really doesn't make more sense to look at controllers, because the controllers dictate the views. What do I mean with this? So you have this controller called homecontroller.cs, and you see there is a lot going on inside of this file. It's the most code in one file that we've seen so far, I think. And this home controller now dictates what the home view will do. So you see there is this home keyword, and this home keyword is found here as well. So whatever the name of the controller is before the controller keyword, that's where you need to have a folder that has the same name inside of views. Okay, because we have a home controller, we need to have a home folder inside of views. And for each of the actions that our home controller has, we need to have a file. So you see the index CS.html and the privacy CS.html. Now let's look at our home controller here. You see it inherits from controller. Now what is important here, at least for now for us, is this iAction result, which I just said is an action, right? This one will return a result for us, which will return a view. So which view will this action result return? What would be your first guess? If you look at the different views that we have here, well, it will return the index view because that's the name of the action. And then you see there is another action called privacy. So this one here will return the view of the privacy here. So this CS.html file. And before we go into the CS.html file in more detail, let's first of all check if that's true. So let's see if we go to the privacy page, if this code here will be triggered. So this action will be triggered. Now let's run our application in debug mode. And now let's go over to privacy. And you see our IDE says, hey, stop. Now we are debugging and we are at the breakpoint that you've set. So we see that in fact that this privacy method is returning the view, which is going to be you see at this point, we're still inside of the welcome view, but once we go to continue, that's when we're getting the privacy view. Okay, so this is really a super simplistic overview of what's going on here, where we have a controller that has different actions, and those actions, they trigger to display views that have the same name. So you see this action has the name of index, so the view has to have the name of index. This other action has the name of privacy, so the view here has to have the name of privacy as well. Okay, now there is a little more going on inside of this controller file. You see we have an iLogger with our home controller. So we're passing the iLogger to our home controller and basically just initializing our private field here. And this iLogger is just taking care of logging, right? It's logging whatever happens. And then we have this other action result, and it's the error action result. Where is that from? Well, the thing is, there's this thing called shared. So inside of views, we have the home views that are directly connected to the controller, home controller. But then there is also the shared views folder, which has a few partial classes. We're going to see what that is. But then it also has this error CS.html. So this is the CS.html file that will be opened once an error occurs. So it returns the error with some additional information. You see there is also an annotation here that specifies the parameters necessary for setting appropriate headers and response caching. So this is going to be a little too much for this video, but overall, I think you get an idea as to what the connection between at least the controller and the view is. We don't see how the connection to a model is yet, but that's something we're going to see later on when we're building our CRUD operations. Okay, so this was just a super fast run through the MVC architecture. We didn't even see the M part, but let's dive deeper into each individual aspect in the next few videos. Okay, so this was just to bring those 3 points together, and that's it for now. See you in the next one. Okay, so now that we have a rough idea as to what MVC stands for and what the individual components roughly do, let's have a look at how we can modify it. So there is this index page inside of home, and this is where our code is defined. So it says welcome, learn about, and so forth. So we could modify that, and let's say we just have an H1 here, which says hello world. All right. And now let's run this. And we will see that our index page, which is the starting page of our website, is going to be executed. And we're going to see what our index page is saying. It just says hello world. There is a little more to it. There's this view data. Well, let's actually get rid of it for now. And let's hot reload. And we'll see that it still says hello world, but then there is still the header and the footer. So where is the header and footer coming from? And where is this hello world coming from? Well, this hello world comes from our one line that we have here. All right. But then if we look at our shared files, because that's where it comes from, there is this layout C# HTML file in which you can find a lot of code. So first of all, the default HTML code with a HTML tag, a head tag, which includes all of the style sheets, so the CSS files. You can see the title here, where it comes from. It says view data title, and I just deleted the view data title. So here we had the view data title and I've gotten rid of it, so we should not see it anymore. Actually, if we get it back, you see that's where it comes from. So this is where this view data title is going to be loaded from, and you can find it up here where it says homepage diary app. So that's where this title comes from, where it says title is view data title dash diary app. And here we had title homepage. So if we run it, it's combining the two where it says homepage diary app. So this is the title that you see here up there in the tab up. So this is what this code does. And this @ sign is just saying, okay, this code here is going to be C# code. All right. Everything else is HTML code. But if you use an @ after that, whatever code comes is going to be C# code. And you see it finishes or ends here with a curly bracket. And then you see we have the body with a bunch of code. And then underneath we have the footer with the JavaScript code. And then come a few things that are interesting. So we see this @render body. This is interesting because that's where the actual content of our individual page is being loaded, because this underscore layout is the surrounding website's UI, so the user interface that is surrounding everything, including whatever is rendered as the main part of our website. So you see we have the header, the footer, and in between there is one div container that has the main role, and it says, okay, in here I'm going to render my body. So this underscore layout file is going to be used for all different types of views that we are creating. For example, for the index view, it's just going to use whatever this code here is, so this h1 hello world, and it's going to render it inside of here and position it there. We can see that when we run our application, that this hello world is inside of, well, surrounded by the head as well as the footer. Okay, so that's what this render body does. You can see that if you go to a different page, you will find that, for example, on the privacy page, you get the same exact code. You have the head and you have the footer, and in between you have this privacy policy text. So where's that coming from? Well, it comes from this privacy CSS HTML, which has the header, which says view data title, and then it has a p tag which says use this page to detail your site's privacy policy. Okay, so this is where it all comes together. So this layout file is basically the template that we can now modify. If we wanted to, for example, to not have the privacy page up there, we would change the header. So where's the header? It's up here where we have the unordered list with the navigation items. So nav item 1, which is going to be our index, and then we have the privacy. So if we were to get rid of this part here of the privacy part and we run it again, it would not be part of our header anymore. You see, it's only saying home, but if I want to go to the privacy, I need to use the privacy from the footer. Okay, so let me put that back here, and that was just to give you an idea as to how you can modify your code to change the appearance of your application. So that's the underscore layout file, but there is one more thing here. So there's this render body, but then there is also a little bit of code which says render section asynchronously. So it's going to render our script, and it says it's not required. So where is scripts coming from? Well, the thing is, inside of our index file, we could have a section here which contains our scripts. And in here, that's where we would add our JavaScript code. Okay, so if we want to have specific JavaScript code that will change the interaction of the website, of this index page, then we can define that in here. And that's what this render section asynchronously will do. You see the name scripts? That's the same name that I'm using here as a section called scripts. So that's what this line will do. And we're going to go over other aspects such as these turquoise colored pieces that are ASP specific. We're going to see what those do later on in the course. But for now, I think this should have given us another idea as to how those views are interlinked together. Now, however, there's one last thing that I want to show you, and that's quite important. So how does our application know that it should load layout CSHTML for each of the views? Well, it is inside of view start. So inside of view start, we see that the layout that should be used is underscore layout. And this underscore layout is the file of, or the name of this shared file here. So it just knows when we start the view, we need to load this underscore layout file. So I'd say this is enough for this video. See you in the next one. All right, so we still have a few files that we need to check out. One of them is this underscore validation scripts partial. So this file here is a partial file, which means that it's only capable of running with another file in combination. However, what it does for now is it has some jQuery code, which is for validation purposes. So it validates whether the form that we have on a website, for example, the user can enter some data, that the data that the user enters follows the rules of that form. Okay, so it's just form validation at this point, what this file does. Then we have the view imports, and I didn't cover that yet either. So what view imports does is it just says that all of the views that we're using inside of this same directory, so inside of this whole views folder, should have access to every single class inside of the diary app. So in every single file, so this allows us to get access to the models later on, to the controllers and so forth. Okay, so it even specifically says, give me access to the models here as well. So this is just saying, okay, if I want to use the models inside of the views, I don't have to add the using statement in the file individually, in the view file, but it's just going to be available in all files. So that just means that I can just use inside of, let's say, the index, I can now use the arrow view model directly without having to use the using models line. So without having to add here, add using statement. Okay, whatever the using statement would be. So that's the idea behind this view imports. And then there is this add tag helper, which says, okay, give me, I'm going to use the tag helpers from Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC. And tag helpers, we're going to go into a lot more depth, but for now, the tag helpers that you will see are inside of this layout CSS file. And this here, for example, ASP controller, this is a tag helper. So you can see here, it even says anchor tag helper dot controller at the very right hand side. It's one of those tag helpers, and we can use those inside of our Razor Pages file because we have this statement right here. Okay, so that's what this file does. So that's two more files, and now you know what they do and how they work. Okay, let's look at one of the final files that we still have to look at, and that is the error file. So this error view, and this error view is just saying, okay, what a view should look like whenever there is an error. So you see text danger, which means that it's going to display something in red, and then an error occurred while processing your request will be displayed, and then it will just display some error code. Okay, and it's going to use the error view model to get this data from somewhere. So the show request ID, where does it come from? Well, it comes from this error view model. So this error view model has this property called request ID. And what's going on in this error page is that it says, okay, I want to use the error view model, which then when you use the model keyword allows you to access the error view model's properties, such as show request ID. I would say that is already too much for this video in the sense of what you learned about the error view model. The idea was really just to show you this file, and I didn't want you to be left entirely lost as to what's going on here. But basically that's what is going on here, and we're going to use that particular technique quite a bit in our CRUD operation and in general in any application that we're going to build, because it's really important to understand this technique, but you don't need to understand it yet. Okay, we're going to see how it works in depth later, and we're going to use it and build content ourselves this way. But for now, I'd say this is good enough. So you know that there is this error file, and it is called by this home controller error action. We saw the privacy action, we saw the index action, but there is also this error action, which creates an error view model with the request ID that we just saw earlier. And well, it's just setting the request ID based on some logic here. But that is good enough for now. Don't worry about it. It's just there for completion purposes. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to quickly look at the app settings.json file. And you can see that it's a JSON file as we would expect, not too crazy. And there's not really much going on in here. The thing is, this file is used to store configuration settings. This is for the entire application in just a structured JSON format. And it is commonly used, for example, to add the connection string, to have application settings, to have your login configuration and more. So we can already see that the login configuration is set, where the log level for default is set to information and Microsoft ASP.NET Core set to warning. And it says all hosts are allowed, so to speak. And later on, we're going to add our connection string in here so that we can connect to a SQL database. Okay, so that's a really high level overview of what this app settings.json does. There's one little thing that you can consider as well, is that you see that there are some sub settings. And you could have additional app settings JSON files. So we only have a development one here, but then you could also have one that is specific for staging as well as production, where you can change those settings accordingly. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In the next few videos, we're going to look at the Program.cs file so that we fully understand what's going on in this file. There's a lot going on, but we're going to go over it step by step. So the first thing is that we need to understand what it does, because it's such an important file where everything comes together. All of the services are registered, the middleware is registered, and where dependency injection is going on. So we're going to go into those topics. So the idea behind this presentation and the next few videos is to make sure that you understand where the dependency injection is used and what the idea behind it is, then the services as well as the middleware. So imagine the Program.cs file being a director of a play, and it sets the stage, assigns roles, and ensures everything runs smoothly. So the Program.cs file is basically the entry point of your ASP.NET Core application. And the Program.cs file contains the web application builder that configures the application's services and middleware. Now, what are those services that are configured? Well, it configures services that are required by the application to work, like our controllers and views. And we're going to see how that works later on. And then there is also middleware configuration going on, which sets up the request processing pipeline, defining how requests are handled. This line by itself might not make sense for you yet, but we're going to go deeper into services and middleware in the next few videos. So imagine the Program.cs file is like a blueprint of a house showing how everything is structured and connected. So this is what the file looks like, right? All of the lines that we have here, they have a very deep meaning and purpose. So I'm not going to go over what you see on the right-hand side. I will give you access to this file and you can check it out yourself then. But it was just to give you an idea as to what it looks like. So the first line that we have here is this web application builder. So it says var builder equals web application create builder args, which is this very first line that you see here, right? So what does this do? Why is it there? Well, it configures the application and services. So it sets up configuration logging by initializing configuration sources and logging providers. And it also initializes the dependency injection container. So it sets up the container that manages service dependencies. So what are all of those things? So imagine the builder is like a project manager gathering all materials and tools needed to start building. So let's go into an actual DI container. So here it says add services to the container. So the dependency injection container. So let's look at what that is. Its definition is that it's a design pattern that allows a class to receive its dependencies from an external source. And this promotes loose coupling that reduces the dependency between components, making the system more modular, which in turn enhances testability and maintainability by simplifying unit testing and making the code easier to maintain. So it's this one line where it says builder.services.add controllers with views, where we are using dependency injection or the dependency injection container. So the analogy would be that DI or dependency injection is like ordering ingredients from a grocery delivery service instead of growing them yourself in the backyard. So now, instead of having all of this work of growing it in the backyard and it taking forever, or in a code example, having to write a bunch of code, like hundreds of lines of code to get the functionality, or each time that we create a class where we need to have a dependency, we create the dependency inside of the class instead of injecting it from the outside. That's where dependency injection really comes in and saves us time, because now we don't have to set up the dependencies in the class itself. We can just get them from the outside, so to speak, and use them inside of our class. So it's really saving us a lot of time. And the dependency injection container just allows us to have multiple dependency injections. So in the end, what you could imagine is you have this dependency injection container, which just says, okay, give me all of the dependencies that will be required in this application, and I'm going to set them accordingly whenever they are required. And that's how a very simplified version how you could imagine it. So instead of you having to grow your plants in the garden and then on top having to grow your animals or like feed your animals and all of that, you have now dependency injection, which basically sends you the final meat, as well as the final like all of the other ingredients that you would grow in your backyard. They all come together and you can just use them in your application. Or when doing barbecue, for example, you can make a salad and you can grill your meat. Okay, so in this line that we just saw earlier, builder.services add controllers with views, we are now adding services. So the purpose is that we register services required by the application. So common services would be the controllers, for example, that they handle HTTP requests and generate responses, such as going to a different page or sending you to the error page, or basically just showing you the right website. Then we have views, which render the HTML page. And then we have Razor pages, which are also services that we are using, where we're basically using simplified models for creating web pages using Razor pages, where it's a combination of HTML and C#, which just allows us to basically get data from our model, from our database, so to speak, in the form of our model, and display it inside of an application that is visible to the web user, so the website basically. So now just imagine adding services is like hiring specialists, like a plumber, electrician, for specific tasks while building a house. So now at this point, we have all of the services that we need in the container, and we can start building the application. So the purpose behind this line, var app equal builder.build, is that it compiles the configuration and services into a web application instance, and it's responsible to prepare the app for request handling by combining all the configuration and registered services. And basically you could imagine building the application is like assembling a car after all parts have been gathered and all the workers are there, and now everything is coming together. So I'd say that's good enough for this video. In the next video, we're going to then look at the middleware part. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at the middleware configuration in our Program.cs file. So the idea behind the middleware configuration is that it defines the request processing pipeline. So basically saying in which order should things be executed. And the components that you see here are a few that are going on. So there are multiple lines that are going on. We're going to go over those step by step. So you don't need to understand everything that is written on the right-hand side or read through it at all. So the idea is that middleware is like security checkpoints in an airport, ensuring each request is properly handled. All right, so The first thing that we saw was the exception handling part, where the code was app.useExceptionHandler home error. Okay, so this line is managing errors and exceptions in a controlled way. And then we have HSTS, which stands for HTTP Strict Transport Security, which enforces the use of HTTPS code. It's this line where it says app.useHSTS. So the idea or the purpose behind this is that this enhances security and error management. You could say that exception handling and HSTS are like airbags and seatbelts in a car, protecting passengers in case of an accident. Now let's go over to the next lines, which are more parts of our middleware. We have this use HTTPS redirection and use static files. So let's look at those. So this redirection part is basically redirecting all HTTP requests to HTTPS requests. So more secure requests, so to speak. And nowadays, every website has to use HTTPS. Otherwise, Google is even blocking them or not allowing you to access those websites often enough, or at least the Chrome browser is saying, hey, this website is not safe and it's not so easy to visit them sometimes. So then we have this other line where it says app.useStaticFiles, and this is where the static files from our www root folder are served. So this allows us to then use all of those JavaScript files, all of those CSS files, all of those images, and so forth. So basically all static files that are in this folder that we saw earlier, all of those are served after this line or with this line. The purpose here is that it improves security and serves essential static content. Now you could imagine HTTPS redirection is like a security guard redirecting people to a safe, guarded entrance. Now let's go to routing and authorization. So authorization is something that we're going to cover in a lot more depth later on in the course, but routing is something that's very crucial and we can start with in this video. So routing is basically, it directs the requests to appropriate controllers and actions. And I'm going to dive deeper into this in the next video. So then we have authorization, which verifies that users have permission to access the requested resources. So it could be that only admins can access a specific website once they are logged in. And that's where the authorization comes in. And the purpose really is that it manages how requests are routed and it ensures security. So you could imagine routing being like a GPS guiding drivers to their destination, and authorization being like a key card granting access to specific rooms in a building. So now when configuring routes, this is this line where it says app.mapControllerRoute. This is where it defines the URL patterns and maps them to controllers and actions. And we're going to see that in depth in the next video. And the purpose is that it ensures requests are directed to the correct handlers based on the URL patterns. So we're going to see that in a bit. And the analogy would be configuring routes is like setting up different bus routes in a city to ensure passengers reach their destination. Okay, so now we get to the final part, which is this app.run. So it's the very last line that you see here at the very bottom. And this basically just starts the web server and begins listening for HTTP requests. That's pretty much it. Very simple line. It just says, okay, now I have everything that I need, all the middleware, all the dependency injection containers, all of the services, and now I can get started. All right. So running the application is like turning the ignition key to start your car and begin driving. So let's summarize. What are the key takeaways for you? First of all, the Program.cs file initializes our application. Then dependency injection containers manage the service dependencies. Then we have middleware, which defines the request processing pipeline. And finally, services and routing are configured to handle requests. Okay, now that you understand the Program.cs file, it's like you're understanding the engine of a car. It's essential for knowing how the vehicle operates, at least under the hood. It's not necessarily something that you need to drive it, right? You don't need to fully understand how the engine works to drive it. But if you want to modify the engine, you need to understand how the engine works. Otherwise, you might break it very easily. And that's the same with the Program.cs file. If you don't know what you're doing, you could very easily break it. Which is why I went over the Program.cs file in such depth. All right, so let's look at routing in the next video. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to go into routing. You need to understand how routing works. And if we are in the Program.cs file, we can see two routing parts. So first of all, this middleware that is registered here. So this use routing middleware. So it says, okay, we are using routing. And then here we're defining the pattern that we're going to use for our routing. So map controller root. So it says what's going to be the root, the pattern that is going to be used. And the default pattern is what you see here, where it says controller action ID. So controller / action / ID. And we can see that those are set with default values. So it says the home controller is the one that is going to be the default controller that is going to be used. The index action is going to be the default action that is going to be used for whenever we run the application. So let's see what that means. Let's run the app and we will see that here it says localhost. We are on the home page and we are on the index page. So this is the home controller page with the index action. So that's the welcome page. How can we see it easier? Well, if we go to the privacy page, we can see it better. We can see now that we are in the home controller within the privacy action. So this is the same structure that you see here, where it says controller, home, and action, index. But in this case, the action is privacy. So where is this coming from? Well, let's look at our project here and let's look specifically at our home controller. So we saw earlier that a home controller is connected to views, right? So we have a home controller and we have a folder, or have to have a folder that has the same name as the controller without the controller keyword. So here we just have home as the controller name and the views folder name is called home. And inside of this views folder home, we have all the different Razor pages. So how are those Razor pages connected to our home controller? Well, if we look at our home controller and we scroll down, we will find that there is this iActionResult index. So this is an action, right? This iActionResult, basically this returns an action, which then returns the view. So this index, whenever we are calling index, it will return the index view. So this is this view right here. So the home controller, when we are going to this controller direction, so to the home controller direction, in there we have an action called index / if we look at the views here, inside of the views folder called home, so in the home controller, we have a CSS HTML file, a Razor Pages file called index. And that's the default that we're going to set. Okay, so how can we now change that? Well, let's say we wanted to change that to the privacy action. So you see there's another action, which is called privacy. It's an action because it's returning an action result, so an iActionResult. And I'm just calling it action, and that's what it is, right? So let's stop it. And let's say we want to run privacy. How can we run privacy? Well, by, for example, saying the default page now will be not the index page, but the privacy page. So the privacy action, the privacy view here / this part here, because this line actually returns the view. It's not that it inside of Program.cs directly returns the view. It just says, give me the privacy action, which is inside of home controller is this action. And this method here, what it does is it returns a view. Which view does it return? It returns the view that fits to its method name. So in this case, the privacy view. So now when we run the application, we are going to get the privacy policy view as our default view. So how can we get to the home view now? Well, we can click on the home button here, or alternatively, because we know our home page was the index action, we can just say home index. This sends us to our home page. Now, obviously, we could have clicked on home as well. This sends us to index as well. But on top of that, when we go to the privacy, something interesting happens. You see, we don't have home/privacy as we had earlier when we had to enter it. So let's say I enter home/privacy here. This will now send me to the privacy page. But we have defined in our application, in the Program.cs file, we have defined that the privacy is the default. So whenever you just enter the base URL, so in our case, the localhost here, whenever you enter the localhost and go to the base website URL, you're going to go to the privacy page. So now let's change that back. Let's change the action back to our index page. And let's run it again. And we will see what's up. So there we are. Now we are back to our home page as the default because it says welcome. So this is the home page. Now if we go to the privacy page, now you see the privacy page suddenly has to have this URL where the URL follows the pattern that is defined inside of our Program.cs file. So it says, give me a controller name. So here, home, and the action name. So here, privacy, and then you can get to the privacy page. Now, what is this ID question mark? Now, let's say later on in our project, we are going to have, for example, diary entry or diary, something like that. And let's say we have an entry page, and therefore we also need to know the ID. So here, let's say 5, whatever the ID of 5 will be, let's say the 5th entry in our diary. So if we enter this ID 5, it would automatically send us to our 5th diary entry, for example, because it has the ID of 5, let's say. Okay, so that's what this ID is capable of doing, where you can get to a specific page, but it can also be nothing, right? It can be empty. Now, obviously we don't have diary entry yet, but what I want to show you as well, and I think let's do it in the next video, where we're going to create an extra action and an extra view just to really get down the point of how routing works. Okay, so see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, you're going to get more control over routing and understand it even better. So the thing is, let's start with our home controller and let's add another action in here. So we see that we have this index action and we have the privacy action. So let's just add a third action, and this action is going to be public action result, and let's call this my page, okay? As it's going to be our own page, and we're going to return a view. Now this code is not enough. Now we actually need to have a view inside of the home folder inside of our views that is called my page. Okay, let's do that. Let's build that part. Therefore, inside of this home folder, because this action, my page, was created inside of our home controller. So we need to create the view inside of our home folder inside of views. So now we can right click this home and create a new view. So go to add and select view here. And we're going to use a empty razor view. And we're going to call this one my page. So the same name that we gave our action here. Okay, so I'm going to call this one my page. So this is my new my page, and I'm just going to add an h1 tag here. Welcome to my page. Okay. Now, if we run our application, we will not get to my page by default. And we also haven't changed our shared file so that we would see it up there in the navigation. However, we can get to this page. We can get to home/my page now. And you see it says welcome to my page. So we created our own action that allowed us to move to that particular page. Now we can set my page as our default page. And where would we do that? As our home page, so to speak. Do you know how to do it? Do you recall? Well, basically it's in the Program.cs file. So here, instead of index being the home page, we're going to say my page to be the home page. So the default page, so to speak. And now if we go over and run it, we see welcome to my page is now the home page. And if we go to home, well, it's still the home page officially, but you need to actually enter a URL to get there, or you need to click a button on the website to get there. So whenever we go to the initial page, so to our start page, so to speak, it will be this welcome to my page. Okay, so I would say now you have a certain idea as to how this works with the routing part. Now we're going to see how it works with our own separate controllers, because I didn't now create an extra controller just for that. But this is something that we will be able to do later on in the course. So don't worry about that. But now you have at least an idea as to how routing works. So I'd say let's go over to the next video. Quick pause. So thanks a lot for watching the video so far. If you want to get the best learning experience that you can get, then you should check out the link in the description. There you can get the full course where you get access to the code, you get access to the Q&A. There are regularly coming updates to the course, as well as we have a bunch more content there. 4 times as much content as you have in this video, which means you're going to learn so much more about ASP.NET that you will need in order to excel in your career, or just build that new software that you want to build and just learn something new, which is pretty cool by itself. So again, check out the link in the description, and thanks a lot for watching the video. Now let's get back to the content. All right, so in this video, we're going to set up the model. And if you recall, the model handles data logic and interacts with the database. So it directly connects to the database and gets its data from there. So how would the model look like for a diary app? Because that's what we're going to build, right? So if we look at a table here, and I just have a spreadsheet open. So what you would have is a bunch of columns inside of your application. So this one could be, for example, the column of ID. Then another one could be the title of the diary entry. And let's say this entire thing is called diary entry. So this entire table is going to be called diary entry. Then we have the ID, the title. Then we maybe have another column that will be the content of the diary entry. And then finally, we have something like date. So creation date or date created or something like that. Okay, so these are the 4 columns, and the ID would start at 0 or at 1. Let's say 1, then it goes to 2, 3, 4. And each time we have a title, we have some content, and we have the date when this entry was created. So how can we now convert that into our application here? Well, the thing is, we can go into our models folder here, and you recall maybe that our controller had to have a specific name. Well, it had to have the controller inside of the name of the controller, and the views had to have the same name, or the view folder had to have the same name as the controller before the controller keyword, so home in this case. But for models, we are more flexible, so we can call it whatever we want. So I'm just going to create a new class, and this one will be a default class, and I'm going to call this one diary entry, like so. Okay, so this class will now have 4 properties. Now guess which 4 properties I'm going to use? Well, coming back to our example here, I'm going to use those 4 properties. I'm going to use the ID, the title, the content, as well as the date created. So let's go ahead and create those. Prop, and here it's going to be int ID. Then I'm going to have another prop. That one will be string title. Then we're gonna have a description. Well, you could call it description, but I'm just going to call it content. Okay, so the content of the diary, so to speak. And then I want to have another one, which will be date time. Okay, and this one will be creation date, and this one will be created. Okay, I'm just going to call it created. Now you could call it creation date or diary entry created or something like that. But I think this is good enough. So you see, we have 4 properties now, and these 4 properties, they will be, by some magic, basically by using all of the NuGet packages that are made available to us and that we're going to use in this project, they will basically do the entire communication between this model and the database so that we don't have to take care of it ourselves. So we don't have to use SQL manually or anything like that. We can just use C# code, and Entity Framework Core does the rest for us. So Entity Framework Core is one of the packages that we're going to need to install. But that's something for later. For now, it's important for you to understand that each of those properties will be a column inside of your table, inside of your database later on. So the table name will be diary entry, which is the name of the model, and the columns will be those individual names that we have here. And they will also be of this type. Okay, so it will be converted into a slightly different type that fits to the type in SQL, but we don't need to worry about that. That's pretty cool about it. So one thing that is important, however, and that I have not mentioned yet, is the name of the ID. So the name of the identifier, so to speak, the unique identifier of a diary entry needs to be ID, or I need to give it an annotation key here, for example. So we're going to look at annotations a little more later, but just so you know, they exist, and in the next video we're going to see how they work. So this ID, I could have also called it diary entry ID, because that's the name of the class and it has this ID after it, but that's pretty much it. I have to either use it like diary entry ID or ID, otherwise Entity Framework Core will not convert it automatically or correctly. So that's something you need to take into consideration when naming your key. So the key is the unique identifier through which you know which entry you're talking about. Because let's say you have the situation where the title is the same. So one day you entered something in your diary and said title was amazing day or going to Disneyland. All right. Okay. So you went to Disneyland on that day, but now let's say a year later you go to Disneyland again and you enter going to Disneyland. So the title will be the same for those two, and you need a way to distinguish those two entries from each other. Now, obviously you could say, okay, the content is different, the created date is different, whatever, but there needs to be one unique identifier which allows you to really understand that the two entries are different entries. And that's where the ID comes in. The ID is identifying the item inside of your table. Okay, so you always need to have a unique identifier or an ID for your table in your model. Okay, that's it for this video. I would say let's look into annotations in the next one. So see you there. Okay, so in the last video, I already showed a annotation, and the annotation that I showed was key. So if we go back to our diary entry here, what you will find is that you can add annotations to each of the individual items here. So for example, to each property like the ID, it can be the key. So this will add the key attribute and denotes one or more properties that uniquely identify an entity. So the entity for diary entry, so every single entry, will now be identifiable by its ID. Now that would be necessary if there weren't automatically included systems that take care of that. So if there is a property called ID inside of your model, then Entity Framework Core knows by default, okay, this is going to be my key, my unique identifier, so to speak. All right. So you don't need to do that because it's implicitly already covered as the key. And as I said earlier, you can also have the same name as the model, but you cannot have anything else. And then it will be accepted as the key. Otherwise, you can call it whatever, and then you could use the key annotation, and then that would work as well. Okay, just so you know. But there are more annotations. So for example, you see already here, the IDE says required. All right, let's just use that. So the required annotation says that this entry cannot be null. So it makes it a non-null field inside of your table. So the property title now has to have a value. Now this also causes a warning for us. It says non-nullable property title must contain a non-null value when exiting constructor. Consider adding the required modifier or declaring the property as nullable. So, all right, let's check those both options out. So one of them is that you add the required keyword. Suddenly this error disappears. The alternative is that you make the string a nullable by adding the question mark to the string here. And the third variant would be to initialize it. So you could also say, by default, it's just going to be an empty string, which is not null. It's just a string that has no content, right? It's just an empty string. So these are the multiple different variants that you have when it comes to using the required keyword. And I would say, let's make the content required as well, because whenever we have an entry in the database, we want to make sure that the user enters the title as well as the content. So let's make the content also an empty string. So string.empty. And then we have our datetime. So what can we do with datetime? Well, the thing is, there are multiple different ways. If we wanted to make this required, here, required, then we can initialize it by using datetime, either min value, that would be an option, or now. So the datetime will automatically be whatever the time is at the moment of creation of that entry, of that diary entry. Okay. Now the user can override that. The user can then say, okay, it's not now, it's an entry for yesterday or the day before yesterday. So you don't always do your diary entries the same day. At least I believe some people don't always do that. I personally sometimes miss it and then I do it the next day. But yeah, this is just how you can use annotations as well as make sure that your columns aren't null. Okay, they can be null, it's fine as well, but then they shouldn't be required. So you don't, well, we shouldn't make them required fields then, because otherwise there needs to be an entry. So that also means that the form that we're going to use later on also needs to have an entry. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible to store that inside of the database. Okay, so now you see how to use annotations like key, required, and how you can assign a default value. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to set up two tools that will allow us to store our data directly on our PC. So we're going to create a server on our PC so that we can use that server to store the data of our web application, our ASP.NET MVC application directly on the PC. And in order to do that, we need Microsoft SQL Server and we need Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So those two tools will allow us to then, first of all, the first tool to actually create a server, and the second one allows us to access data on the server. So basically see the databases that are created. So we're going to create a database as well as how to access the tables inside of that database. And one of the tables that we want to create, and we will create automatically without us having to manually create it, is going to be our diary entry table. Right? That's the model that we created in the last video. And we said that in the MVC, the model, takes care of the database, so communicates with the database. And we're going to see how that happens magically, basically, without us having to do it manually. So let's install Microsoft SQL Server, because for now, we're going to host the website, so to speak, the data of the website on our machine. And later on, we are going to see how to host it in the cloud. And that's something that Yannick is going to show you in a later chapter. So we search for Microsoft SQL Server 2022, go to downloads, and there we can find the Express variant. So the Express variant is a free edition of SQL Server ideal for development. So let's download that. And once we did download it, let's actually run it. Okay, and there we are. So I'm just going to use the basic installation. You need to read through the agreement here, license terms, and accept them if you want to move forward. Then we can select the install location and click on install. This will then take a little while until the entire installation is done for this first tool. Okay, once the installation is done, you will find this here, the connection string, which is really useful. That's something we're going to require. So I'm going to copy that. And the connection string is now copied to my clipboard. So it created this localhost SQL Express 01 with the database master and some additional lines of code. So now let's go ahead and install SSMS. So SQL Server Management Studio, which is this tool right here. So let's download SSMS. And here you can see, in my case, the latest version is 20.1. And it should be fine either way. So let's download that as well. Start the exe and install it on the folder that you prefer or that is working for you, that you want to use. And by the way, while it's downloading, copy this string here. Make sure that you go over to your project and inside of the app settings.json, for now, just add a comment with that, okay, with that string that we just created. We're going to modify this a little later, but for now it's good to store it so that you don't lose it. You could recreate it later on anyways, but it's just good if you already can copy it and use it from there. So just saves you time. So once the installation process of SQL Server Management Studio is done, you can hit close, and next we need to set up our server. And next we need to connect our server. Okay, so you can click on connect now, which will then open up this command prompt, and here it will set up our server. Okay, now this server here exists. So the SQL Express 01 will exist. How can we check that? We can open up SQL Server Management Studio. And in my case, I get this information about user settings. So if you were using user settings, you can copy them. I'm just going to say I don't want to copy any user settings. And at this point, you should see your SQL Server Management Studio open up and ask you to connect to a server. And now if the server name doesn't appear for you here automatically, what you can do is you can go over to this command prompt and copy this part right here. Okay, so you copy that, you put that down here, then you clicked on Trust Server Certificate and click on Connect. So now you will be connected to the server that you created. Okay, so in my case, it's called SQL Express 01. In your case, it should be called differently. And the same, well, probably it will just be SQL Express without 01 because I already had another connection earlier on before showing this in this tutorial. And then you can see that there are databases like system database and database snapshots. But in this database folder, that's where we're going to create our own databases in the next few videos. Okay, so now the important part is that you get to this point here. So follow the instructions one by one to get to this point. And once you have your database ready, in the next video, we're going to then set up our connection string so that we can connect via our web app, our ASP.NET application, directly to this server that we just set up. Okay, so see you in the next video. Okay, so now that we have set up our server and we can see the server, we're using SQL Server Management Studio, let's actually connect to our server with our application. So I'm going to close these installations here. And now we can go over to our app settings.json file, which is this JSON file here, which has key value pairs. So this is an object logging, and we see it has a key of log level and a value of another object. Here's the same thing, a key and a value. Now let's go ahead and add a comma here and add our connection string here. So in order to create a connection string, we need to use quotations again. And here you can see it already says connection string here. So the IDE is smart enough. Then you see colon and the curly brackets where we have our key value pair. So the one that I'm interested in is the default connection. And it's really important that you write it correctly here because this is really case sensitive and all. So here, that's where, in those quotations, that's where we need to paste our connection. So this one right here, and we can put it like so. Okay, so
I just put the entire code in there. If you didn't copy it from last video directly from your SQL Server Express, you need to manually type it in. So you enter server equal, and then whatever the server name is that you have here. So in my case, it's not localhost, but it is well, to be very specific, this desktop dash 0QL and so forth. So if you don't want to manually type it in, you can go over to properties and you can copy the name from here. Okay, mark the name, copy it, and now go over here and paste it after the equal sign. Okay, so equal sign and then the exact name that we had. So desktop, so-and-so, backslash SQL Express, in my case 01, then a semicolon, then the database keyword, equal, and then the name of the database that you want to use. And I'm going to call this one diary. Okay, so my database will be called diary. And then you need to use another semicolon and the keyword trusted connection equals true. And then another thing that you should enter here, so still inside of the quotations, after another semicolon, trusted server certificate equals true with a capital T here as well. Okay, trusted server certificate equals true. So pretty long string here, but let's go over it again. So you add connection strings, then the curly brackets, default connection is the key, and the value after the colon here is this long string where it says server equals, and then whatever server name you have. In my case, it's this. Otherwise, use the one from here, right? So properties, go to name, copy this one here, and then paste it directly after the equal sign. Then add a semicolon, database, give the database a name after the equal sign. Then semicolon again, trusted underscore connection, exactly written as so, set that to true after the equal sign, another semicolon, trusted server certificate, exactly written like so, equals true. Okay, so this will be our app settings.json connection string, which will now connect our application to the database. Not entirely, we still need to set up a few things, but that's for next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to install Entity Framework Core, which is a package that allows us to write C# code, and the C# code takes care of connecting to the database and doing entries in the database into the tables, creating tables and columns and everything. So that's really neat because we don't need to do all of that manually anymore. And the entries will be added to our diary app project file. So if you go to the diary app here, you will see what I mean once we have added the package. So let's right click onto our project and go to manage NuGet packages. Alternatively, you can also go to project and then manage NuGet packages up here. And then you see that we have no packages installed yet, but we can go to browse, and there we will find a bunch of packages once it's loaded. You see there is Entity Framework Core SQL Server recommended for us, Entity Framework Core as well, and tools. These are at the top of our tools. But the thing is, we need to make sure that we include pre-releases because we are using a preview version of .NET 9, so preview 4, as you might recall. And therefore, we need to make sure that we click on this include pre-releases, and there we can now select Entity Framework Core and go over here to install that package to our project. Okay, and we're in that project. And then we can apply all of the changes. So I'm going to click on apply, and we need to accept the licenses. So I'm going to accept those as well. Then we need to do the same thing also for the preview version. And it's really important that we are using the preview version here and with all the packages that we're using, because otherwise there might be conflicts and our application might not work correctly anymore. So I'm going to install the SQL Server here as well. And I'm going to accept those changes. And then finally, we need to install tools. So these tools will allow us to have access directly to those migrations where we can make changes that we made in our application directly be reflected in our database and our tables. So let's go ahead and install tools as well. Okay, now once all of those three are installed, you should find them under installed up here. So go over to installed, and there you will see that we have those three top-level packages that were installed for us. Now, interestingly enough, if you go to your diary app now, you will see that there is a new item group with package references which say include Microsoft Entity Framework Core with the preview version, and same for server as well as tools. Okay, so all of those packages were now installed, and whenever our application is run, it knows, okay, well, these three packages should be taken into consideration when running my code. Okay, so that's pretty cool. It says include those assets at runtime, at build, at native, and that's pretty neat. So at this point, our application is ready so that we can now set up the application database context that will then allow us to do the communication between the app and the server. So let's do that in the next video. Okay, so in this video, we're going to finalize the connection between our application and our database. And therefore, we need to use a service or set up a service. And where would we set up services? Maybe you recall, inside of our Program.cs file. So here, before we build the builder, so before we create the app, we have our services that we add to our container. So one of the services that we already had by default was this controllers with views, which just adds all of the controllers and their associated views to our application. Now, or to the builder, so that it's then part of the application. So here we can use the builder to add another service. So services dot, and in order to use Entity Framework Core, we are going to use the add DB context. Okay, so what we're doing in this video is the default setup that we need to do every single time that we are using Entity Framework Core in a new application. So this is the default setup, so don't worry about it. And you will need to understand the general idea of it, but basically it's going to be always the same. It's like boilerplate code that just exists, right? And we just need to set it up manually in this case. So now we need to pass the database context that we want to use. Now, in order to use our own database context, which we need to set up, we need to create that. So let's go ahead and create a new folder here. So I'm going to add a new folder that I'm going to call data. And again, this is default procedure here. And then I'm going to create a new class. Okay, so this class will be called application DB context. So this will inherit from DB context. So how can I inherit from DB context? Well, I need to add this using Microsoft Entity Framework Core that you can see here, this package. So if I double click on that, you see this using statement has been added to my code up here. So DB context is part of Entity Framework Core. Now here we need to set up a constructor. And we will need to pass the options to that constructor. So let me show you how that works. So we need to use a constructor here, public application DB context. Okay, that's the same name as our class, as constructors do. And then here we are going to use the context options that we need to pass. Now, of which type? Of the type application context, or application DB context, which is the name of our class. So here, I'm going to call this one options. And I'm going to pass on these options to the base class as well. So here, base options. So what this will do is it will pass on the options to the base class DB context, which is this Entity Framework Core class, as well as to my own application DB context. Okay, so this is default setup that we just need to do. Now that we have that, we have our application DB context, we can save that, and we can go over to our Program.cs file where we needed to set up the service for our database context. So here I'm going to just say it's going to be of type application DB context. So this is the one that we just created. However, this is not going to be enough because we also now need to pass the options, right? So I'm just going to call them options, and options goes to options dot. And here the cool thing is that we can directly say that we want to use SQL Server here. So use SQL Server, and this use SQL Server, here we can pass some additional information to it. Okay, the info that I want to pass is going to be the connection string. So I want to be able to connect to that database with Entity Framework Core. And I need to set up the servers here, and then I need to access our app-settings.json default connection. So this one right here, where we have the connection string that then allows us to connect to our database. So how can I set up this connection string? How do I get access to it? It says get connection string with the iConfiguration get connection string extension method. Okay, so iConfiguration, well, where do we get that from? Let's go over here, and our builder has information about that. So we can just say use SQL Server and pass the builder dot, and here it's going to be configuration dot, and here we can get the connection string. Now the connection string, if we look at it, has a key value pair, right? So it's in here. So connection string, which key do we want to access? Well, in our case, we want to access the default connection, because we could have multiple connection strings here, right? We could potentially connect to multiple different servers and databases and so forth. But in our case, we're just going to use our default connection. So I'm going to copy this name right here, and I'm going to go back to my Program.cs file. And in here, inside of the brackets, I'm going to pass the name default connection. And we obviously need a semicolon at the end of the statement as well. So this becomes a very long line. Let's put that into a separate line here, like so we can read it better. So basically, this is the code that now registers this service to the container that is adding our database context with our application DB context, which we had to create ourselves here, where we passed some options. And the options that we want to have is that we want to currently just use a SQL Server. And which SQL Server do we want to use? Well, the one that we stored inside of our default connection. So this here is just there so that we get access to basically this string right here. So that we connect to the server with some additional infos, such as the database, as well as are we trusting the connection, are we trusting the certificate of the server, and all of that comes together in this one line. So pretty insane line, but it's just the default setup. So this is something that you don't need to memorize, but next time that you create your own project or another project, you just do exactly the same steps. Okay, so this is not something you need to become a pro in that sense. Really just follow the schema. It's always the same approach. Okay, so that's it for this video. Now next, let's go ahead and actually create a database inside of our server, because we said that we want to use this database here called diary. But if we look at our server, there is no database called diary, even if we update it. Okay, there is no such server database yet. So we're going to create that database using Entity Framework Core / our Visual Studio here without manually creating it. Obviously, we could create a database like so, right-click new database, but that's not what we're going to do, because we don't want to have to play around in Microsoft SQL Server management, or Studio management, but we want to just write code, because that's where we're confident in. All right, so see you in the next video. All right, so in the next videos, we're going to finally get to the point where we create the database and we create a table with our model that we created earlier, the diary entry model. However, I was running into a connection problem or the SQL certification problem, and you might not run into this problem. So you might be able to just ignore this, what I'm adding to my default connection string here. But if you do run into the error, I would recommend that you add a little piece of code or text to your connection string inside of the default connection. So at the very end of the statement here, after trusted certificate equals true, you add another semicolon and you add this line or this piece called multiple active result sets equals true. So I added that and that fixed the problem. So there is a little upside / downside to multiple active result sets. So both upsides and downsides. So it can have an impact on performance, even though it's very little, or usually it's minor. But at the same time, it allows you to access the database with multiple different accessors. So basically multiple different instances or multiple different threads can access the database at the same time. So that's what this roughly does. So it's a really simplified version or a simplified explanation as to what MARS, so multiple active result sets, does. The cool thing, however, is it fixed my problem. Okay, it fixed my SSL certificate problem that I ran into. So in case you run into this problem, just add this line here or this piece here with the semicolon and multiple active result sets. In case you don't run into this problem, you don't need to add that piece into your application. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Okay, so we're finally at the point where we can create a table in the database using code. Okay, so there are just a few more steps that we need to do. And the 4 steps are create a model class, which we already did, add a DB set, and then run 2 lines of code. Basically add migration with the name and then update database. So let's see how that works. So the first thing, as I said earlier, is to create a model class. And we have that. We have this diary entry model class that we created. And it's important that it has a ID or a key, and we have taken care of that already. So now the next thing that we need to do is we go into our application DB context, and here we need to create a DB set. So this is just going to be like so, DB set with the entity name of the table. And in our case, the table is our diary entry. So it's this model here. You see, using models has been added. So it's of this type diary entry, and I'm going to call this diary entries. So this is the DB set that we create. This is this part here. And this is part of the Entity Framework Core. So if you hover over it, you see Entity Framework Core DB set. And this will create a table for us of type diary entry, named diary entries, which means that it will have all of the columns that we have defined as properties in our diary entry class. So those 4 properties, ID, title, content, and created. So let's actually run this. How do we run this now? How do we add a migration? Therefore, we need to go to Tools, then to New Get Package Manager, this one here, and open up the Package Manager console. So this one here at the bottom will then appear. And in here, we need to add a migration. So we use the keyword add minus migration, and then we give it a name. So I will call this migration add diary entry table. Okay. So once you run this line, it says build started. So it will now build the migration, and a migration, to keep it very simple, is just an instruction as to how you want to modify your database. So the migration is going to be add diary entry table, which is the name of our migration that we added here. And in here, it sets up how the migration is going to look like. So it generated this code for us. So what's going on in this file here? Well, you can see that it says up. So basically, this is what it adds to our server. It says create a table with the name diary entries, and then create those columns. So an ID column of type int, which is the internal type, is also called int in SQL. It's not nullable, so the value is set to false. And there is an annotation added where it says, okay, this is the identity. So this is the identity key, so the unique identifier, so to speak. And it says start with 1 and increment by 1. So basically it's saying, okay, every single new entry that you add should add one to the ID. So each new entry will have a unique ID. Then we have the title, which is of type string, and it's converted into the variant nef-char, into the data type nef-char in SQL. So it's a similar data type to string, and it's just a representation of a string, so to speak, inside of SQL. And it says max, so it just says, okay, take as much space as is required, or as much as possible for a nef-char. So for a string, so to speak, you could convert it into that. And then we have the content column, which is the same as the title column. And then it says created. So created is going to be of date time, and the internal type is date time 2. So there are some constraints, however, to consider, and that is that the table's primary key will be PK diary entries. So it just takes the ID, okay, this ID, to make sure that the ID is the primary key, okay? So, and down it says just drop the table called diary entry. So what it says is, okay, get rid of the old entry for that table called diary entries. Well, there is no diary entries so far, but now it's going to create those. So this is a migration that has been automatically created. So basically it's like a combination of C# and SQL coming together and making sure that the database update is specifically instructed. So how should the database be updated with our new changes? And if we want to actually commit those changes, if we want to make sure that those migrations that we just saw, this migrations file, that it actually is executed and impacts the database, you need to add update minus database, because without that line, without running that line, there is no change in the database. We can see that if we go to our SQL Server Management Studio, we can refresh and we see there are no changes. So there's no database created with no table. And now with that, let's go to our fourth step, which is to update the database, which then commits the changes that we prepared in the migration, or that was automatically generated for us in the migration. And therefore we just need to enter update minus database in our package manager console and run that. And that will then create the database as well as the table. So let's refresh our Server Management Studio and we see we have the diary database here, and inside of it we have tables. One of the tables is diary entries. So if we go into that and we select top 100 rows here, we will see that we have no entries, but we see that the columns are ID, title, content, and created. So exactly the 4 properties that we had in our model class. Now there is also another table. Let's select the top 1,000 rows of that, and we see there has been one migration, and that was the add diary entry table. So that's the migration that we created just a minute ago. Okay, so now we finally have our table and we can fill it with data. We can do that manually, or we can also do that in the code. But let's keep going with our CRUD operations now that we have access to our table. All right, so let's look at controllers a little more, because we are going to use them quite a bit, and we have seen MVC before, the presentation about it, right? So now it's time to dive deeper into controllers. So a controller in ASP.NET is a class that handles user input and interactions, and typically as part of the MVC pattern. Now let's look at the role and responsibilities. The controllers process incoming requests, handle user input, interact with the model, and return appropriate responses, usually in the form of views. And you could think of a controller as a traffic cop who directs incoming traffic, or the requests, to the appropriate destination, for example, the view or action. Now let's look at how a controller works. Well, for example, in regards to request handling, when a user makes a request, the ASP.NET routing engine maps the request URL to a specific controller and action method. And we're going to see how that works later on. Now about action methods. Controllers contain these action methods that handle incoming requests, and each action method corresponds to a user interaction or a request. After processing the request and interacting with the model, the controller generates a response, usually by returning a view.
Now let's look at the key components of a controller. Action methods are the methods in a controller class that handle HTTP requests. Each action method corresponds to a specific route. Then action methods can take parameters which are populated with the request data. This allows for dynamic handling of user input. Action methods can return various types of results such as views, JSON data, or redirects. The return type determines how the response is processed. Now let's look at the basic structure of an ASP.NET MVC controller. Well, it might look like this, where you have the controller name, so home controller, and it inherits from controller. Then you have a method with the action name, and it returns something of type iActionResult interface. And you can see in this case, it just returns a view. So this example defines a home controller with an index action method that returns a view when a user navigates to the root URL. And then this method would be invoked. And we're going to see that specifically with different type of actions that we're going to build ourselves. Now, controllers can be customized with additional methods, parameters, and services to handle various aspects of the application's functionality. And we're going to see all of that in action later on. Now, there are some advanced controller features that we need to look at. One of them is dependency injection, and ASP.NET Core allows for dependency injection directly into controllers, enabling better separation of concerns and testabilities. Then there are filters. While controllers can use filters to run code before or after action methods. This is useful for tasks like authentication, authorization, and logging. And then there is something called attribute routing, which allows developers to define routes directly on controller action methods, providing greater control over the URL patterns. So you can change which URL a user has to enter to get to a specific view. And that's something we're going to see as well. Now, unit testing. Controllers can be unit tested by isolating their action methods from the rest of the application. Mocking frameworks can simulate dependencies and test various scenarios. Then there is integration testing. These integration tests ensure that controllers interact correctly with other components like databases and services, verifying the end-to-end functionality. Common tools for testing ASP.NET controllers include XUnit, NUnit, and Mock. These frameworks facilitate the creation of comprehensive test suites. Now let's look at best practices. Number one is separation of concerns. You need to ensure that controllers are focused on handling user input and interactions, delegating business logic to services or other layers. Then you should use dependency injection. You need to leverage it to manage dependencies, making controllers easier to test and maintain. And then you should keep your controllers lightweight. Avoid placing too much logic in controllers. Use them primarily for coordinating actions and returning responses. Now, common mistakes when it comes to controllers are too much logic in the controllers rather than in separate service classes, leading to poor separation of concerns. Another one would be overcomplicating routes. So basically creating really complex routing configurations that make the application harder to understand and maintain. Another error would be ignoring dependency injection. Failing to use dependency injection results in tightly coupled code and difficulties in testing. Now, let's look at the controller versus service layer. The responsibility of a controller is to handle HTTP requests, process user input, and return responses. Controllers act as intermediaries between the user and the application logic. The service layer, however, is containing the business logic and rules of the application. It is responsible for data processing and decision making. Now, regarding separation of concerns. By separating concerns between controllers and the service layer, developers can create more maintainable, testable, and scalable applications. Now let's look at some real-world examples of how controllers would be used. So one would be an e-commerce application where controllers manage product listings, user authentication, shopping cart operations, and other processing. In a social media platform, controllers would handle user profiles, post creation, feed generation, and interaction with other users. In a CMS, content management system, controllers are responsible for managing content creation, editing, publishing, and user access control. So there are a few things that you should consider when you are working with controllers. And one of them is input validation. You need to ensure all user inputs are validated to prevent injection attacks. Use data annotations and model validation to enforce input rules. And we're going to see how that works later on. Then there's authentication and authorization. You need to implement robust authentication mechanisms to verify user identities and authorize access to specific resources and actions. And then there is data protection. You need to protect this sensitive data by using HTTPS, encrypting data at rest and in transit, and following best practices for data handling. And with this, I would say it's enough for you to have a better idea of controllers. Now you're going to get it even better by us building controllers, using controllers, and applying what we have learned in this presentation. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to create a controller in which we are going to create our CRUD operations later on, or create the requests, the post and the get requests. So those requests will allow us to talk to our database and update the database accordingly, or get the data from the database. So we're going to do all the 4 CRUD operations in there: creating, reading, updating, and deleting. Okay. And now let's go ahead and create such a controller. We're not going to do all of those 4 in one video. We're just going to create a controller for now. And we're going to see how we can create our own views that are then accessible via our controller. So let's create an MVC controller, an empty one. And what's important here is that there has to be this controller keyword in the name of our controller. So I'm going to call this one diary entries controller. So you see, whatever is before the controller keyword, so before the C, is all up to us. However, this here has to be controller.cs. So whatever comes after our own name, so to speak, has to be controller.cs for this to be a proper controller. And you see by default, we'll get a little bit of code here. So it's inheriting from controller, and our controller automatically has an action. It has the index action with this return view. Now, if we run our application, and let's say we were to try to get to this index action of our diary entries controller, let's try that. Do you recall how we did it? Well, if we go to our privacy page, you can already see it in the URL, home privacy. Okay, so how would we get to diary entries index? All right, I hope you tried it. It's diary entries / index. However, if we want to get to this page, you see we get an error. It says an unhandled exception occurred while processing the request. And that is that the view index was not found. It expected the view inside of views diary entries index CS.html or inside of shared index HTML. So because we have not set it up in either, it's giving us this error. So how do we now set it up? Well, we just need to go ahead into our views folder and create a new folder. And this one will have the same name as our controller. So diary entries. Okay. And in here, that's where we're going to create a new view. Add view. And here I'm just going to select the empty razor view, and index.cs HTML is the perfect name because that's exactly the name that we needed. So we can get rid of all the code that's in there, and we're just going to say something like hello and welcome to our diary entries index. Okay. And what is really important here is that we have the right naming. Okay. So it's inside of the views that we need to have this folder called diary entries. Why is that? Because our controller was called diary entries, because it's going to contain collections, right? And we need to have an index.cs HTML because that's the action that we have here. So the name here, you see, is also index. So whenever we run our application once again and navigate to this page, to this index page, we will see that it now works. So again, what's the folder structure? It was diary entries / index. So this here is the controller and this is the action. All right. Hello and welcome to our diary entries index. Perfect. So now we have our controller up and running, and
Our view is ready to be edited as well. However, we have no way to navigate to the view manually, so that's what we're going to look at in the next video. All right, so now we need to find a way how to get out to our diary entries page. How do we get there? Well, we saw that we can change the URL, but it would be a lot nicer to just have it up here directly in our navigation bar. So where is this navigation bar? Well, it is inside of this shared folder here and layouts. So we looked at layout a little bit earlier, but it really is quite powerful. So let's look at it. So basically we have our head, we have the body of our website, which basically is really just rendering our body. So even the body is this biggest part here is the header. So this is where we, for example, see our navigation items. So for example, one of the navigation items is called index. The other one is called privacy. Okay, or actually here, home and privacy. And now we see further down, we have the footer, and then we have all of the C# script stuff. And this is where our website is rendered. So whatever the website is. And I told you that earlier. I just wanted to quickly show you that again. So where would I add a navigation item? Well, the thing is, you have this thing called here nav bar, and it's a nav bar collapse. So this entire div here is taking care of the navigation bar. And this unordered list holds the list items that are our navigation items. So let's just copy one of those and then modify it a little bit. So the controller that we want to go to is not going to be the home controller. It's going to be the diary entries controller. And the action that we want to execute is not going to be the privacy, but the index. And what's the name that we want to give it? Let's call it my diary. Okay. So this is the name that we will see on the website. This here is the action, the ASP action that we want to go to. And this is the controller that we want to go to. So we want to go to the diary entries controller, which is the controller that we just created. It's this one here, diary entries. The name is exactly the same as we just saw in this underscore layout file. So in the shared file. And inside of this controller, we have this action called index. So the ASP action called index. We're going to look at those tag helpers a little later as well. So you see this is an anchor tag helper and so forth. But basically speaking, these are ASP.NET enabled helpers that enable us to do things such as accessing controllers, accessing actions, but a lot more. And we're going to check those out step by step. But what matters to us is that we now have added another navbar item, and let's see how this looks like in action. So there's our website, and we see we have this my diary now here. And now let's click over to it, and we see that we are at diaries, and index is not even added anymore because we don't have any other. But yeah, we are on the diaries index page, and it says hello and welcome to our diaries index. Very well. By the way, if you wanted to double check, you can just enter index here as well, and you will see you will get to the same page. It's just taken care of by default here, as we don't have any other actions in there. So that's it for this video. Now we have a navigation ready, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to seed data. So we're going to take care of the seeding, which means that we're going to initialize some data into our database, specifically into our table diary entries. And if we look at our diary entries right now and select the top 1000 rows, we can see that we don't have any entries at all. So there's nothing that we added, and we could do that directly in SQL, but we're going to do that in code. So therefore, what we can do is we can right click onto application DB context and go over to generate overrides. And here there is a method called on model creating. Okay, so I'm going to deselect all, and this is the one that I want to create. So on model creating, click OK, and you can see it generates this code for us, protected override void on model creating, model builder, and then it uses the base on model creating method. Okay, it calls it. So the cool thing is that this is a method that just is there already, and we can just use it now in order to seed data to our database. So we don't need to fully dive deeper into what a model builder is, but basically the builder is being used to construct the model for this context. So the database and other extensions typically define the extension methods on this object that allow you to configure aspects of the model that are specific to a given database. Okay, that's cool and all, but how can we use it now? Well, the thing is, we can use this model builder, this one here, and access its entity. And which entity do we want to access? Well, the diary entry. Now, the thing is, there is this method called hasData, and this is where the seeding comes in. So this hasData now will check if there is data or not, and then it adds the seed data to this entity type. So this is used to generate data motion migrations. Migrations? Okay, well, we heard that word before, so let's check it out. So the thing is, I'm just going to add a semicolon here so that this error disappears. And now I can add my entries that I want to add to my database from the get-go. And how do I do that? Well, I can just use the diary entry. And here I need to pass a diary entry object. And you can see there are 4 properties, right? We had the ID. So let's set the ID, for example, to 1 for the first entry. Then we have the title. Let's say the title was went hiking. Then we're going to have content. So the content will be something like went hiking with Joe. And then we have the created property as well, because if we look at our, well, let's look at the model once we have finished this creation. And here I'm just going to use date time now. Okay, that's fine enough. And then I can add another entry. So where do I get this information from? This content, this created, and so forth. Well, basically, this is just information that I want to be stored in the database. So at the first entry, at the ID 1, I want to have the title went hiking and the content went hiking with Joe. And the date that will be stored, so the created column will have the current time, okay, the current date, so to speak. If we look at our diary entries model, this one here, diary entry, we can see that that's where all of those 4 properties are coming from, right? The ID, the title, the content, and created. So now what we're doing is we're using this model to prepare objects of that model, of that class, and then create items inside of the database of that. So let's go back to our application DB context where we set those up. So this is my first diary entry. And I'm just going to add another one. And you can see it's a little nicer to read this way. Maybe we should do it this way as well then. Okay, so we have the ID, the title, content, and created. And the second one will have the ID of 2. And let's say went shopping. And went shopping with Joe will be the content here. So our good friend Joe is always available for us for a good time. So these would be 2 entries. Now we can add more if we want to seed the data. So let's add a third one here after a comma. That's important. After a comma, we add another entry. So new diary entry. And this one will have the ID of 3. And here went diving, guess what, with Joe. And it was created now. Okay, so these are 3 entries that we now have in our model builder entity hasData. Now, in order to actually store that inside of our database, we first need to add a migration. Okay, do you recall how we added the migration? We need to open the package manager. And in case you don't have it available here, you go to tools, new get package manager, and then you select package manager console. And here you enter add migration. And that's every time that you make a change to your database, you need to add the migration and then you can update your database. So the migration needs a name, and I'm going to call this one added seeding data. And this one was model, what's the name? Diary entry, okay? So now this will add the migration. However, the migration will not be executed yet. So we need to update our database. You can see that inside of our migrations folder, the new migration has been added. So this one here, added seeding data entry, okay? However, this has not been executed yet. So in order for this to be applied, this migration, we need to update the database, okay? So now, after all of that has happened, we can go back to our database here and select the top 1000 rows, and we're going to see those added here. So you see, we went hiking, we went shopping, we went diving. Okay, so now all of those entries have been added, and you have seen how the seeding works. So always the same procedure, right? And the seeding is usually something you do once, right? You seed your table once, and generally the flow is always the following. You add this onModel creating method, you implement it, and you see we are overriding it because it exists inside of the DB context class. And then we are adding this part here where we say model builder.entity diary entry has data, and this is the important part. And then we just add our data in there. And as we are using a model here, classes, we need to create objects of those models, right? Or of this model. And in our case, the model was called diary entry. Once we've done that, we need to add a migration, and then we need to update the database. Okay, so these are the 3 steps. That's it for this video. See you in the next one. So now you might wonder, why did we even do the seeding? Couldn't we just directly start with the CRUD operations? Well, we could, but I just think it's nice to start with the read part. So inside of CRUD, create, read, update, and delete with the read part. And in order to read something, you need to have data in there. But there is another reason why seeding matters. And there are a few actually. So one is to ensure consistency and reliable testing when it comes to your development environment, or even having consistent data that is available in all your different environments, such as the development, the staging, or the production environment. This also allows you to have a ready-to-use environment for demonstrations. So when you're doing prototyping and you want to demonstrate your base applications and there are no users that would create user data, you can just use seeding for that. And then it also establishes a baseline data required for the application to function correctly. In our specific case, well, you could say also that it doesn't function as long as we don't have any data. So we need to have any data to display, but that's just something that we have taken care of now. And now we can start reading the data, and then we can start creating more data and so forth. Okay, so let's keep going in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to roughly set up this user interface, not the design for it, but the idea is that we have a table, and inside of this table, we want to display the data. So how to get the data, that's something that we're going to look at in the next video, but for now, we're just going to prepare the HTML code for this. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the index.cs HTML file, and it's important that we look at the correct one. It's the one inside of diary entries. So this one right here, not the one from home, but actually the one of diary entries. So here we can get rid of the text that we had earlier. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to set up our div, which will be a responsive table. So div, and it will have this class called table minus responsive. This will just make the table responsive in the sense that if we make the page narrower, it will still look good. If we make it wider, it will still look good. Okay, so it will adjust according to the width of the screen, so to speak. Then let's go ahead and create a table in here. So here we create a table, and we're going to give this a few classes as well. So I'm going to tell the table that it's going to be table, and it's going to be striped, and it's going to be table hover. And each of those classes, if you want to know more about them, you can go over to the CSS that is going to be used, and it's the site CSS. If you don't find it here, which for the table you won't, then it's going to be inside of our library here, Bootstrap CSS, and in the Bootstrap CSS. Okay, so there's this table class, which then defines a few settings. Okay, so CSS settings. So you need to understand CSS in order to make sense of what's going on here. And obviously you need to understand HTML as well. So what does a table look like? A table has a table head, so T head, and it has a body, okay? So T body. Now, in a table head, we want to have a table row with table head items, okay? So one of the table head items will be title, the other one will be content, and so forth. So let's add those four in here. Contents, then we said date, and the final one was actions. Okay, so if we look at this, it's this title, content, date, and actions. So that's what this table head with one table row, including table head items, will do for us. So table header. And then for the body, that's a little more interesting what's going on here. Because if we look at the body, what we want is we want to load the data from somewhere. So where do we load the data from? Well, we load it from the database. The cool thing is we don't need to do that in here. We're going to do that inside of our application DB context. But in here, what we can do is we can say which model we want to use. So you see there is this model keyword at model, and then we can say what the model for this entire file should be. And I can say that this will be a diary entry. So a list of diary entry. So now what I can do is I can use this model. All right, let me show you how. I can go ahead and use a for each here. So again, in order to use C# code, we add the at, and then for each var entry in model, and then we can say what should happen for every single item that we have. So what we want is for every single item, we want to create a row. Okay, so a table row. So we're going to say table row, and every single table row will have table data. So the first table data will be at entry dot, and you can see we get our diary entry properties. So we get the content, the created, and here I'm going to get the title. So then I'm going to have another table data, which will be at entry dot, and here will be content. And then we want to have the date as well. So table data at entry dot, and this one was the created keyword. And then finally, we're going to have some actions, but for now we don't have any actions ready. Okay, so I'm just going to have TD action 1 and action 2, or let's say edit and delete. Okay, so we need to still set those up. We don't have them for now. So this by itself will currently not do much, because if we run our application, we try to get to my diary, you see it's freezing. It gets stuck and we get an error because we're trying to access this model, and this is giving us a null reference exception. So let's fix that in the next video and understand as well how we can use the application DB context in order to read the data from the database. Okay, so see you in the next video. Okay, so for the next videos, we will need to understand what GET and POST requests are. So let's have a look at those. The first thing that we need to consider are HTTP methods. What are those? Well, first of all, HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which is the foundation of data communication on the web. And common HTTP methods include GET, POST, PUT, and delete, and there are some others, but these are the ones that are most common, and the very most common are GET and POST. So we're going to focus on those two because they are not only the most commonly used, but they are really what we need specifically for the next project. So what is a GET request? Well, its purpose is to retrieve data from a server. The characteristics are that the data is sent in the URL, so in the link that you add to your browser or enter your browser, and then the request can be bookmarked.
it is safe and idempotent. Idempotent is a word that I had to look up as well, which means that it does not change the server state. So you are going to a URL, and by you going to that URL, you're not changing the data of that server. Okay, that's the idea here. The limited amount of data can be sent using the URL, using the GET requests, but this is really, really limited and has a bunch of negative side effects. So it is usually not used. An example would just be www.example.com, which then just sends you to a website. All right, and this is the GET request. So you're getting the data from that website. Okay, so then what is a POST request? Well, the purpose of a POST request is to send data to a server to create or update a resource, or even to delete a resource. So the characteristics are that we send data to a server to create or update something, and the data is sent in the request body, so it can handle a large amount of data, and POST requests can't be bookmarked because they change the server state, meaning that each request can have a different result. So what does that mean? Basically, we are going to a URL and we are passing some JSON or XML data, basically data that is structured in a certain format. We're sending that to the server, and the server can then do something with it. For example, create an entry in the database or update an entry in the database. So example would be here, example.com, and then we add data to it. For example, we add the name, new product, the price, $29.99 to it. And this is the JSON body. So whatever is inside of those curly brackets is of type JSON, which is a way to structure data basically in text. And that is on one hand easy to read for humans, and at the same time easy to manage by servers and computers. So what's the difference between those two, between GET and POST? Well, the main differences are that the GET has only URL parameters, so you can add to your URL after the question mark some details, okay? You might have seen that in the past where a URL was very long and there was a question mark at one point, and after that question mark there was a bunch of data added. And that is usually done for marketing purposes because you want to track who came to the website through which links or through which like sponsor or whatever, so that you can track your marketing efforts. But then the POST, on the other hand, has a request body, so it doesn't need to add all of that stuff to the URL. It just needs to go to the right URL, no question mark after, but just additional details that are inside of this request body, inside of this, for example, JSON code or structured text. Then use cases are that GET is there to fetch data, for example, fetching a web page, getting some search results, and the POST method is used to submit data, for example, form submission, file uploads, and so forth. And then regarding security, the GET method is less secure because the data is directly visible in the URL. So whatever data you are submitting to the website is inside of the URL. But the POST is in that sense more secure because the data is stored in the body, not directly in the URL, which is easily visible. So regarding cacheability, you can cache a GET request because basically it's just the URL, but you cannot cache the POST request because the content of the body of the POST request can be different each time. So some common responses that you might get when you are entering a URL and trying to access a web server are the following. So one of them is, well, the most important, the best one that you want to get is 200, which just means the request succeeded. So this is common for both GET and POST requests. Then there is 201, which you will get for created, which says resource was created, which is common for POST requests. 204 is just you didn't enter any content. So the request did succeed. However, no content there to return. And this is often the response that you will get when you delete something. Then we have the bad request, which you might have seen before. So there is an error on your client side, so something wrong with whatever you enter, for example, in a form or on your URL or whatever. Then 401 is unauthorized. So if you're trying to access a page where you need to have an authorized token, so you need to be authorized to get to that URL that you're trying to access. Then there's 403, which is forbidden, which
where the server plainly refuses to fulfill your request, whatever your request is. And one of the most known ones is 404 not found. And one of the most common ones or known ones is 404 not found, with all of those memes, girlfriend not found or whatever not found. So this is if the resource that you're trying to access was not found. And then there are all of those 5 errors, so 500 or 501 and so forth. They're internal server errors. So there is something wrong with the server. The server doesn't respond, the server is not available right now, or something like that. Maybe it's offline. So you can read from this that the first letter is indicating roughly the type of response that you're getting, and whatever comes as the last character here is, or the last number is usually what kind of response for that type of response it is. So for example, 200 responses are usually, hey, everything is good. 400 responses are, there's something wrong, not so good. And 500 responses are, well, server is down. So if you tried to access something using a GET request or using the GET method, you get 200 as the response, which means okay, everything went well, and you get the data. For example, ID1, name product, price $29.99. But if you get the response of 404, then you get a body as well, a response body, so to speak, where it says error, product not found, for example. So then we have the examples of post responses. So let's say 201, which means the item was created, and then it gives you details about the item that was created in the message, so to speak. And then 400, which would be a bad request, where it tries to create something which it cannot, because, for example, the data was not in the right format, or the ID already exists and you try to create something like that. All right, to summarize it, GET requests are used to retrieve data. So they basically load data from a URL, and the data can be in the URL, so you can pass some data in the URL, and based on the URL that you enter, you get data, or the website that is loaded. Then it is safe in the sense that you are not modifying anything. So database wise, it is safe. It's idempotent, which basically means you're not changing anything, and it's cacheable. So then post requests are used for sending data. The data is in the request body. They are not safe in the sense that from a database perspective, so they do change something in the database, which doesn't mean that post requests itself aren't safe, but in the sense of you just entering any kind of data or anything and you send the post request, it could happen that things go wrong because of the type of data that you're adding. That's why it's considered not safe, even though the post requests as such are safe, as the body is taking care of the post request body is taking care of the safety aspects. And they're not idempotent as well as not cacheable, because each post request has a different body or can have a different body, which is why they're not cacheable. So the most common responses that we saw for HTTP requests are 200, 201, 204, which are there for success, and everything up from 400 are basically for errors. All right. So that's it for this video. I'd say let's jump into understanding CRUD operations and then go into actually using all of that. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at the CRUD operations in web development, which are very, very important. Basically, the baseline for any kind of data management. So what is CRUD? Well, CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete, which are the 4 basic operations that can be performed on data in a database. And when we're building a website, then we need to host the data somewhere. And on the web server, there is a database with which we are communicating using these CRUD operations. So the CRUD operations are fundamental to web development, as they allow for the management of data within web applications. And CRUD operations are fundamental to web development as they allow for the management of data within web applications, similar to what I just said. And the CRUD operations, they correspond to slightly different named methods. They are specific HTTP methods called POST for the create operation, GET for the read operation, PUT for the update operation, as well as delete for the delete operation. So they have different names, those HTTP methods, and we're going to look at those later on as well when we come to the API chapter. All right, looking at the create operation. It refers to adding new data to the database, and it is typically performed using the HTTP post. So we're posting data over to the web server. And
it should create the data in the database. And the process here would be, in a web application, a user submits a form with data, which is then sent to the server, and the server then processes the data and adds a new record to the database. And the thing is, the web server has control over how it accepts the data. So what could very well happen is that the user enters some data that the database is then adjusting accordingly or not accepting and sending the user an information about that. And we're going to do that as well. We're going to build that. You're going to see how that works. And examples would be a registration form on a website where the user creates a new user account, for example, or where the user buys something. Even that could be a CRUD operation, which is the create operation. So we're creating a new order, so to speak, in the database. Then the read operation, well, it's very self-explanatory, but it uses the HTTP GET method. And we're going to go over that a little more later on as well. And in a web application, a user requests data, which is sent to the server retrieves the data from the database and then sends it back to the user. So when you see something in your browser that is data, that is not just some generic HTML code, that is actual data that comes from the database, then you have gotten it through the read operation. And an example would be viewing a user profile or browsing products on an e-commerce site would be great examples here for. Then there is the update operation, and it refers to modifying existing data in the database, and it is typically performed using the HTTP put or HTTP patch method. And in a web application, a user submits a form with updated data, which is then sent to the server, and the server processes the data and updates the corresponding record in the database. And that's the important part here. It's really that it's not creating a new piece, but the old piece is being changed. So the old piece of data, so to speak, the old entry is being updated. Examples would be you are editing your user profile, or you are editing your order or a product as an admin, for example. So these would be a few examples here. Then there is the delete operation, and it's quite self-explanatory. It basically just deletes the record in the database, and it is typically performed using the HTTP delete method. And in a web application, a user requests the data to be deleted, which is then sent to the server. The server processes the request and deletes the corresponding record from the database. An example would be the deletion of a user account, or removing a product from an e-commerce site, or an order from an e-commerce site, and so forth. So now, why are CRUD operations so important? Well, they enable effective management of data within web applications, allowing users to create, view, update, and delete data as needed. And they facilitate user interactions by providing the necessary functionality to manipulate data, enhancing the user experience. And then CRUD operations form the backbone of most web applications, supporting essential functionalities and workflows. Now, the best practices are that you should ensure that all data inputs are validated, which prevent errors and security vulnerabilities. And here it says use both client-side and server-side validation. And we're going to do that in our project. So we're going to look at how we can make sure that whatever the user enters is checked in the front end. So basically on the client side, which means in the browser itself, but then also is double checked on the server side. So in our case, on our self-made server that we're going to build, so to speak, that our computer is going to be. But then when we later on host that, it should be on a server somewhere in a cloud. And that will then be in a server somewhere where we host our website, and the check should happen on that server side and not only on the client side. So the idea here is that we can implement authentication and authorization mechanisms to protect data, ensuring that only authorized users can perform the CRUD operations. So then another really important aspect is security, and we need to implement authentication and authorization mechanisms to protect the data. And we also need to ensure that only authorized users can perform CRUD operations. So imagine you are just a user that comes to the website that hasn't even registered on the website, and now you can go ahead and delete entries from the website, such as users, or deleting products, or deleting the database, basically everything in the database. That would be really bad. So in order to avoid that, you need to implement certain mechanisms, which we're going to do throughout the course. And then there is error handling that you should also make sure that you implement, which means that we need to provide clear and informative error messages to help the users and developers understand those errors and resolve those issues. Now, CRUD operations are really cool, but there are some common challenges with CRUD operations. So one is concurrency. So managing concurrent access to data can lead to conflicts, and implementing proper locking mechanisms is essential. So if one person is editing an entry, another person cannot edit the entry at the same time, for example. Then there's data integrity. Ensuring data integrity during updates and deletes can be challenging. So use transactions to maintain consistency. And then there is scalability. So scaling CRUD operations to handle large volumes of data and users efficiently requires careful planning and optimization. And that's something where ASP.NET can really help us out a lot with its tools that are made available. So what are some tools and frameworks that we need for CRUD operations? Number one are ORM frameworks, object relational mapping frameworks like Entity Framework Core, and Hibernate simplify the CRUD operations by mapping database records to objects. So the cool thing is, using these frameworks, we don't need to build a bunch of code around it. We can just say, hey, I want to use Entity Framework Core now, and it takes care of the rest. So that's really cool. It's one of those ORMs, which basically maps our models, our classes, directly to a table in the database, but more on that later. And then there are web frameworks such as Django, Ruby on Rails, and well, ASP.NET provide built-in support for CRUD operations, streamlining development, and we're going to look into that specifically. And then there are API development tools that really help out as well. So one would be Postman, and the other one would be Swagger, which help in developing and testing CRUD operations for RESTful APIs. And we're going to use Swagger specifically because it's amazing. It's just 2 lines of code that you add to your Program.cs, and suddenly you have access to Swagger and you can modify your data and test your API, which we're going to do in the 3rd chapter, I believe. And I'd say that's enough for now. Let's jump right into CRUD operations. All right, see you in the next video. So why can our index CSS HTML, so our view, currently not consume this model list diary entry? Well, the thing is, because it would like to get the data from the database, but currently we don't have that ready yet. How can we make it ready? How can we make it available? Well, in the controller, so in the diary entries controller. And here we need to make the application DB context available. So we're going to create a private read-only application DB context. Now the cool thing is we can set that context up and make it directly available inside, or we can call it DB, maybe that's better. Either way is fine, but actually it is our database. And now we need to assign this DB because it's empty, right? We need to assign it in our constructor. So ctor, here public diaries entry, and here we are going to get the application DB context DB, and we can assign DB to be DB. So what is going on here? The thing is, this is only made possible because we registered our application DB context. Where did we register it? Because the thing is, like, what's going on here is dependency injection, right? We're injecting the application DB context. We're not creating an object of the application DB context because we're just asking for it when the diary entries controller is created. So where do we get that from? Well, we can see it inside our Program.cs. And this line right here, builder service add DB context, application DB context. So at this point, we are making access to our application DB context available. So this allows us to use the application DB context throughout our application and directly inside of our controller here. So now this DB will be passed on to our diary entries controller constructor, and we can now use the DB throughout our application. So how can we get the data here? Well, we can go ahead and create a list of diary entry, and we can call this one entries. Yeah, that's fine. And this will not be a new list, but we want to get it from the database. So db.diaryentries.toList. So we're converting that into a list as well here. Okay. And now
in order to have it available in the view, we need to pass these entries, okay? Because our view, if you recall, index.cs HTML, has this model list diary entry, but we're never passing this model to it. So now let's pass it, this list of diary entry. Because if you look at our diary entry controller here in the index action, this is the exact same type, the entries that we need inside of this index.cs HTML. So let's just pass it to it. So let's take these entries and pass them here. And in my default project, in my preparation project, I called this one diary entry list. So if you want to have the same naming here, you can do that. So it's the object diary entry list. Okay, so now we're passing it to our index view. And now let's run it again. And let's see if we're going to get our list of items. And there we are. So we get the list, went hiking with Joe, that was created earlier today. And we have this action edit and delete. We're going to edit that later on or modify that later on. But you can see that these are the exact same entries that I have inside of my table here. Went hiking with Joe, 10:32:37, 10:32:37. And actually all of those entries were made at that time. Okay, so all of the entries that we have in our database are now made available inside of our application. So we have the first part of our CRUD operation. So the R, the read, we have that covered. Okay, we read data from the database and we make it available inside of our user interface. And everything that we needed to do was obviously to set up the DB context service. This was crucial. Okay, this is where we connect to the database. But the cool thing is at the same time, this service that we are registering here allows us to be, well, for us to use the DB context throughout our application. For example, in our controller here. So here we're just setting up the read-only field that will be used throughout our diary entries controller. But here, this is where it's getting injected. So dependency injection is going on here, where this application DB context is passed to us and we can then use it. And this allows us to then get the diary entries and convert it into a list, because our DB context has this entity framework core DB set diary entry. Okay, so database set of type diary entries. And we're getting that from our database because that's the name of our table, right? So our DB has the table called diary entries. If you recall, dot diary entries, and we're converting it into a list, storing it in here. The list is of a type that we now pass to the view, which the view then consumes or uses here in the index.cs HTML, where we can now say, okay, the model of this entire view will be this one here, this list of diary entries. And now we can just say, hey, for every single item inside of our model, give me the individual entry, and each entry contains a title, a content, and a created information. Okay, and that's what we are then displaying. Title, content, and created. So the date is the created part. Okay, so now you see how everything is coming together. And that's pretty cool. I think this is amazing. Now, let's keep going with the application. See you in the next video. All right, so now let's make our website look a little nicer. So in order to do that, let's look at the default website that we have. So that's that. And this is what we would like to get. Well, at least that's what I designed. Obviously, you can design it differently. And in order to achieve that, you can use Bootstrap and Bootswatch. So Bootstrap icons will allow us to use really cool icons. We can search for different icons and use those. And Bootswatch has really cool themes for Bootstrap that are made available for free. And you can see that there are different kinds of options available here. I'm using the journal one, as you might guess, and that's the one you can see here. It's this reddish color with white text. And that's what I would like to apply for this page as well. So how can we do that? Well, we can go ahead and download this and then open it up. I'm going to open it in the editor. I'm going to mark everything, cut it out with Control-C, and then go back to my project and go to the Bootstrap min file. So here under www root, inside of the lib folder or lib folder, you'll find the Bootstrap.cs file, this one right here. And I'm going to just override all of the content here. I'm going to paste the entire file that I just had. I'm going to paste that in here. Okay, now we can go over to our layout.cs HTML file, which has been using the Bootstrap min file inside of the CSS, but I'm going to use the Bootstrap file now because that was the file that I just edited. So bootstrap.css is the file that I edited. So I'm going to change the name inside of layout.cs. So here the link to Bootstrap, to the distro, is going to be the Bootstrap CSS file. So this one that I just overwrote with the entire file that I just downloaded. Okay, so this by itself should already give us an impact or a change to our app. You can see that the text is already different. However, we did not change everything that we needed to. So let's change a few more things, because we can see the background, we used background white and we left everything else default, but I would like to change that now. And by the way, we are using this file right here, right? So this layout cshtml underscore layout cshtml. That's the file that we are modifying now, because it is responsible, if you recall, it's responsible for the overall website's look and for the footer as well as the header, right? And for the header, I'm going to change the BG white to BG minus primary. All right, let's do a hot reload to check out what our website looks like now. Okay, that's good. So this is the primary background. And now I also need to change the text color. And I would do that for my A class nav brand. I'm going to add text light here. Reload. This will change this text here, you see. Now I would like to change the text for those as well, for the nav items that we have. So our list items. And we can do that here. The text is set to dark. I'm going to set the text to light. So let's do that for all three items. And this will change this here. You see, now they are all in white. And now let's also add this little icon here. So this one here, let's add that there. How can we do it? And also change the name. Why not? So where would that be? Well, it should be up here where it says diary app. Okay. So here, ASP controller index diary app. So it would send you to the start page, and I'm going to call this one my diary. And then I would like to add an icon here. So where do I get this icon from? Well, Bootstrap has really cool icons, as I said, icons.getbootstrap.com. And here you can search for diary. You won't find anything there, but let's say notebook. Okay, and there you are. There are a few notebooks now. You can select the one that you prefer. The journal rich text. This one looks pretty cool. So you can use the code here, and it might work for you, but for me, for some reason, it didn't want to work. So I'm just going to use the SVG. So you can try this. Let's try it. And in case it doesn't work for you, so I'm just going to add that after the my diary. I'm going to add this I class BI journal rich text. And let's refresh it. And let's see if our page is going to be refreshed. No, it's not refreshing it. So that didn't work. In that case, what you can do is you can just copy this SVG text here. So click on this copy icon. It will be quite a long, piece of text here, but I'm just going to put that in here, like so. Get rid of this. I'm going to put it into a separate line so it's a little easier to read. So we have my diary, right? And I'm going to get rid of this I here. And underneath my diary, that's where I put this SVG, okay? Quite a long bit of paths, but what those do is they create this nice looking icon here. You can see, so this icon right here, actually this icon right here, this is the one that I used before, but I think this one is also pretty cool. Okay, so we are pretty close already, but I'd say that's good enough for now. All right, so next what I would like to do is I would like to create items. I would like to add a little button here that allows me to create new entries into my diary. And this new button, or this button here, will just send us to a different page at which we can then enter the details, and those details should then be stored on the database. Okay, so we're going to set that up step by step. Let's start with the first thing, and that would be to go to the index.cs HTML, and we need to make sure that we are in this one here, diary entry index file. And here I'm going to have a new div which will have the class of container. And let me add a little spacing here. So inside of this container, I'm going to have another div with the class of row, and this one should have a padding of 4. And inside of that, I want to have a div of class call 6. So that will take up half the width, so to speak. And then another one, so div class and also call 6. Okay, so this one will take up the other half. So the second half, I'm just going to use a h2 saying diary entries. And then the first one here would be the button. Okay, so I'm going to say this one will be create new diary entry. All right. So let's run this and see what this is going to look like. And we will see on the my diary here, we have this create new diary, and then we have diary entries. Okay, this doesn't look great yet, but we're taking care of it step by step. So this diary entries, I want it to be on the right hand side. So in order to achieve that, I'm going to say text end. This will push it towards the right hand side. Okay, so this will just push it over here, diary entries, and then the button should actually look more like a button. Okay, and in order to achieve that, I'm going to use an A here, and this will get the class button and button. Let me check. Button primary. I think it is, yeah. Button primary, which will use the primary color. And there we are, create new diary entry. So this already looks quite nice. Now, how do we make sure that this sends us to a separate page? And in order to achieve that, we need to do a few things, and we need to understand a few things. First of all, however, I'm going to add a little icon here. So I'm going to add a plus icon. If you recall, there was this page. I'm going to add this little plus icon. So here, let me see, plus, and we can select whichever we like most. File plus, journal plus. Actually, the journal plus looked cool. So here, plus, clipboard, there we are, journal plus. So let's select this and let's put it in here and hot reload to see what our new plus icon will look like. And for me, it didn't work again, so I can just use the SVG, luckily enough. So I'm just going to use that, put the SVG in here and hot reload. And there we are. So this little icon is here, create new diary entry. And I would say this is good enough for now. Obviously, this button doesn't do anything, and how we can make it do something is what we're going to set up in the next video. So first, we need to modify our controller so that it doesn't only have the index page, but it also has a create page to which we can then send our user once he clicks on this create button. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at endpoints in web development. And I think it's quite important to understand those in order to understand some other parts such as routing and understand the job of a controller a little better. So what is an endpoint in web development? Well, an endpoint is a specific URL, which stands for Uniform Resource Locator, or URI, which stands for Uniform Resource Identifier, where an API, so an application programming interface, can access the resource it needs to perform its operations. It represents one end of a communication channel between clients and servers. Now, the endpoints allow for different software systems to communicate with each other, facilitating the exchange of data and functionality. Common examples include the RESTful API endpoints like get/user or the post/orders and the delete/products with a specific ID. So what you can see here are basically just links. So URLs and URIs, to simplify them, are the links that you enter into your browser at the top so that you get to a specific website, right? And this allows you to access a specific website, or it allows you to even give some additional information to a specific website that you are going to, all right? So there are different types of endpoints. So for example, RESTful endpoints, and these follow the REST architecture principles using standard HTTP methods like get, post, put, delete to perform the CRUD operations. And we're going to see the CRUD operations as well as what post, put, get, and delete are later on as well. Then there are GraphQL endpoints, and those allow clients to specify exactly what data they need. This reduces overfetching and underfetching of data. And then there are SOAP endpoints, which stands for Simple Object Access Protocol endpoints. And these use XML-based messaging protocols for exchanging structured information in web services. We're going to focus on the RESTful endpoints in our course. All right, so don't worry about the other two for now. Now, with all of these crazy acronyms, let's look at how endpoints actually work. So when a client makes a request to an endpoint, the server processes the request and sends back a response. And this interaction is the foundation of web communication. So there are different HTTP methods, and endpoints typically support various HTTP methods like get in order to retrieve data, post in order to submit data, put in order to update data, and delete in order to remove data. Data is often exchanged in formats such as JSON or XML. These two are text formats that allow you to have a rather complicated data structure be rather readable for a human being as well as for a computer. Now, endpoints ensure the correct data is sent and received between the client and the server. Now, let's look at the importance of endpoints. Endpoints provide access to data and functionalities of a system, enabling integration with other systems and services. So basically allowing them to communicate with each other, which is really important. And then there is interoperability. They allow different systems and applications to work together, facilitating communication and data exchange across platforms. And then there is scalability. So well-designed endpoints support scalable architectures, allowing services to handle increasing loads and user demands effectively. Now, in order to design effective endpoints, you need to have clear and consistent naming. So you need to use meaningful and consistent naming conventions for endpoints, making them intuitive and easy to understand. Then there is versioning. So implement versioning to handle changes and updates to the API without breaking existing clients. And then there is error handling, which you need to provide clear and informative error messages to help clients understand and resolve issues effectively. You probably have seen that already in the past when you were using your phone or when you went to a website and you clicked somewhere and it just said error and there was no additional information given as to what the error was about. That's pretty frustrating, right? So we need to do better. We need to actually tell the user what the error is about so that the user can work around it. And then in order to secure endpoints, there are a few things you need to consider. Ensure only authorized users can access endpoints by implementing robust authentication mechanisms such as OAuth, JWT, or API keys. You can control access to specific resources and operations using role-based access control, RBAC, or other authorization strategies. And we're going to look at authentication and authorization in this course. Then there's data encryption. You need to protect data in transit by using HTTPS and encrypting sensitive data to prevent unauthorized access and data breaches. You might have noticed when you are going to a website and the website isn't supporting HTTPS, then the Chrome browser, for example, will directly tell you this website is unsafe. And it might not even let you go to that website because it really is just accepting HTTPS encrypted websites, so to speak. So whenever you go to a website and it doesn't have HTTPS encryption and you enter any kind of credit card data or personal data, you are at risk. And that's something you can avoid by just using the right protocol. Now, there are testing endpoints as well. Now, what are these for? Well, they're there for unit testing. So you can verify individual endpoint functions that work correctly using unit tests that mock external dependencies. Now, you can ensure endpoints interact correctly with other components such as databases and services to perform end-to-end functionality tests. And then there are tools and frameworks. So you can use tools like Postman, SOAP UI, or Swagger, which we're going to focus on. And you can test frameworks such as NUnit and XUnit to create comprehensive test suites for endpoints. Now, some real-world examples for endpoints. In an e-commerce application, an endpoint could be for get, for example, could be /products, or for post could be /card. And for delete, it could be order/ID. So these would handle the product listing, cart management, and order processing. Then in social media platforms, it could be get user ID /posts. So the posts of a given user, or post/post, which would allow you to send out a post. And delete, for example, if you want to delete a comment, you would have the delete endpoint, which is /comment/ID, and then you can manage that post. So for example, manage the comment to either edit it or delete it or anything like that. And then for a weather service, endpoints could be /weather/today for a get response, and /weather/forecast to provide current weather data and forecast information. So these are endpoints, which just means you have the base URL, and after that you have /weather/today, or you have, for example, Instagram /user/ID/post, or for a website like Amazon, you have amazon.com/products, and then maybe even additional information about what specific products you're looking at. All right. So these are just some examples for endpoints, and endpoints really just mean a URL in the end of the day. So there is something that you need to consider as well, and that's documentation. So documentation provides details on how to use endpoints, including available methods, request formats, and response structures. And tools for that would be Swagger, Postman, and API Blueprint. They can help in creating comprehensive and interactive API documentation. And Swagger is really amazing for that. We're going to see that later on. Then the best practices would be to ensure documentation is clear, up to date, and includes examples to assist developers in integrating with the API. Now, there are a few future trends, such as GraphQL really going crazy with flexible data querying. Then there is the serverless architecture, where endpoints are increasingly being used in serverless architectures, allowing for scalable and cost-effective deployment of microservices. And then there is AI and machine learning, where the future endpoints will integrate more with AI and machine learning models, providing intelligent and data-driven services. So I'd say this was enough in terms of endpoints. Let's build our own endpoints and see how they work and what they do. Okay, so I hope you tried the challenge. In this video, we're going to go ahead and create the action that we want to create, as well as the view. Okay, very simple view for now. So this will be a public action result, and this one will be create. And it will just return a view for now. Nothing else. We're going to take care of the rest later on. But for now, this is the goal. Now at this point, we need to create the create view. So add view, razor page empty, and call it create HTML. Okay, there we are. So this will now be the view that we get to once the create action is called. Okay, so once this method here is called, it will return this view. And for now, we can just say h1 welcome to the create view. So for now, let's just test if this create page works. Okay, so how would that work? Well, basically we go to my diary and here /create, and we see that the page actually works. So this was the challenge, nothing too fancy. I hope you tried it and you achieved it. This was really just to bring back what we have learned so far. Now, obviously we need to modify this, as well as we need to find a way to get from here to the next page or to this create page. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. Okay, so in this video, we're going to see how we can get from one page to another. And we have used that before without manually developing it ourselves. And that is in our shared layout file. All right. So if you look at this file, you will find that it is down here. Okay. So where we have those navigation items. So what happens here? We have an A and it uses the anchor tag helper. And then we have a ASP controller as well as an ASP action. So ASP controller diary entry, and the action is called index. So how can we use this code here, this part, inside of our index page that we created ourselves, which is this one right here in our diary entries once we click on the button? How can we use it here? Well, we know that this button here, this button primary, sends us to our, or should create a new diary entry. And this is where the A starts. So if we compare that to the layout, this is where the A starts. There's a class, and you see it's still in the opening tag. So it's still in the opening A tag. This is the closing A tag. And all of this part here is the opening A tag. So we can modify the opening A tag up here with the same approach, where we say ASP controller equals diary entries and ASP action equals, well, in this case, we don't want to use the index action. We want to use a different action. Which action do we want to use? The create action, the one that we just created last video. So let's go ahead and do just that. Let's say create. So instead of going to the index page, it's going to send us to the create page. So there's a little more going on here. What are these tag helpers? Well, the cool thing is they are enabling us to but there's a little more going on here. So what we have here is, first of all, this A that earlier wasn't in this greenish color suddenly became green. If I get rid of these tag helpers, you see it turns blue because now it's the HTML A tag. So the anchor tag, and now it becomes the ASP anchor tag. So if you hover over it, you see anchor tag helper. So this now allows us to move, because that's what the A tag does. It sends you to a different page or to a different part of a website. And here we're saying, okay, we're going to use the ASP.NET variant of it, which allows us to also go to a different action. And therefore we need to define the controller where this action is. So if it was the same controller and we just needed to move to an action in the same controller that this index was at, it can work without it. But let's run it as is right now and then look a little more into it in a second. So let's go to my diary and now let's create a new entry. You see, there we are. We can move to this other page. Now let me just get rid of this controller part and let's run it again. And let me go to the diary, then create new entry, and you see it works as well because the diary is already in the right controller. So we are saying within the same controller, move to the create action. However, I'm just going to leave that in there. It's easier for reading purposes to understand what's going on. And it's actually just sending us to the diary entries controllers action called create. So why can we use those tag helpers? Where is that defined? Well, it's defined inside of
view import CS_HTML. So this line here says add tag helper. And where are those tag helpers? Well, they are here in Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC tag helpers. So this is pretty cool because this now allows us to use those tag helpers. You see Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC tag helpers. And this one is the anchor tag helper controller. Then this is the anchor tag helper action. And you can see this is the anchor tag helper, but we're going to see that there are other tag helpers as well, such as the input tag helper, the form tag helper, the label tag helper, and so forth. There are plenty. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create this page here. So you see create diary entry with the title, the content, and the date, as well as the create button, the cancel button. So we need that in order to then store the values. Once we click on create, we want to store whatever we entered in the database. Okay, so let's set all of that up. Let's build it inside of our create CS_HTML file. So you see there was a lot going on here, and I'm going to start with a div class container empty4. Then I'm going to have another div class row, and then I'm going to have a div class with a column of MD8, an offset MD2. So this will be a little boring. I'm sorry for that, but it's basically just setting up all of the HTML for us to have our good looking form, so to speak. Okay. So inside of this, I want to have a class card, and this card will have a div with a class of card header. So I'm not coming up with this stuff on the fly. I've built this earlier and now I'm just reusing the code. And you can obviously also just copy and paste the code. You can download the lecture if you don't want to manually type all of that in. All right. So this card header will also get the BG primary so that it gets this reddish color. That is the primary color of my theme, and the text should be white. Okay. So in here, that will be the H2, which will say create diary entry. Okay, so let's look at this. Oh yeah, and by the way, this should be div here instead of class. This should be a div. And this one should not be a div class, but a div. Okay, so let's go over to my diary. Let's go create, and you see here create diary entry. So I like that. Now let's go ahead and create the card body. So we have now created this part here, which is the header. And now let's go ahead and create a div class card minus body. So this will be the content of this body. And this is the part where it becomes interesting. Okay, this is where we are going to use a form. All right, and the form you see again, this is not a normal form, it's an ASP.NET form, which uses the form tag helper. So now we can use ASP actions here. So this will allow us to then create something, for example, but for now, we're not ready yet for that. So we can, however, set it up, ASP action equals, and then for now we leave it empty. And yeah, let's make this a post action. So the method will be post, because we want to post something onto the database, and here we can use the method post for that. However, the action here will need to be a separate action that we will need to set up, which will be inside of our controller. It's not open anymore. So here inside of our diary entries controller, here we will need to create a post action. That's what we're going to do next video. Okay, for now, we need to finish creating this HTML form, however. So what I want to have here is going to be, first of all, a div class form group, and not form check, but form group with a little bit of distance here, MB3. For now, I'm just going to give it a label that will be
using the label tags. So again, this was the form tag helper. Now we're using the label tag helper, and you can see that ASP minus, and then there is the for tag helper here, an expression to be evaluated against the current model. So this will check against the current model. This means that we need to add the current model for this to work. So let me add this here, because it says an expression may not contain a dynamic operation. So it says represent an object whose operation will be resolved at runtime. However, we don't have an object here yet. So we need to define which model we're going to use inside of this create file. So here we can use add model, and it will be the diary entry, because when we create something, we want to create an item of type diary entry that we can then store in our diary entry table. Okay, so now suddenly title works. What is this title? If you hover over it, you can see it's called diary entry title. So it says that the label for our title should be, and then whatever I can want to enter here, I'm just going to say title. And I'm going to add a class here so that it looks a little better, and it's going to be the form label. All right, then the next thing is going to be the input field. So we need to have an input. And now the cool thing is, we can also use tag helpers for inputs. So here we can also say, okay, this input, whatever we enter in this input field, so inside of this form, in this input field, will be for the title. So again, the title is our diary entry title. And this will have the class form control, and I can add a placeholder here. I'm just going to say enter a title, for example. And this needs to close like so. And for now, let's run this and go ahead and go into our diary here, create an item, and we see this is what it looks like. So this is the title label. This is this line here, line 14, this one. This one here, this is the label, that one. And this here is our input. And it is tested against the title. So whatever we're inputting here should then be stored inside of the title property of our diary entry, because we defined that this entire create CS HTML files model should be diary entry. Very cool stuff. Good. So now what we can add is a validation, but let's add validation later on. So for now, I'm going to do the same thing with the other ones as well. So we need another item. So we had the title. The next one will be the content. Okay, you see the content property exists. So I'm going to say, okay, this should also be for the content. And I'm going to call it content as well. And here I'm going to say enter how or what you did that day, for example. And I'm also going to give it a few rows. So there's this row property that an input has. And I'm just going to say, okay, I will give you 5 rows so that there is a little bit of space so that the user can enter something there. And then we are going to add the created property here. So this input will be for the created property, and the form label will be date. Then we're going to have form control and no placeholder. However, we will need to define a type. And here I will set date. Okay, so the user can select a date. Now, if I wanted to add an hour as well, I could have used date time, but I'm just going to set that to date. Okay, so let's see what that's looking like right now. And we will see that we have the title, the content, and the date. So here we can click on this button and then select the date here, for example. Okay, that's cool. Now we just need a submit button. All right, so let's add the submit button into our form down here. So I'm going to add a div here, which will be class deflex and justify content between. So I want to spread things accordingly. And this will just be a button with a type of submit. So this will be our submit button with a class of button and button primary, so that it has our main color. And then the content of the button will be create. So this will just be the create button, so to speak. And then what I'm going to add here as well is going to be a cancel button. So this cancel button will just send us back to the index page. Now let's also add a controller here. So asp.controller, and the controller should be our diary entries controller. And this one will be also a button, but button minus danger. Let's make it red. This will allow us to cancel. Now let's rerun it and see if our cancel button works, because that's the easiest one to check. The other ones we're going to have a little more struggle with. So here you see cancel, click, and we can get back to our diary entries index page. The create button, well, it doesn't do much yet, but that's something that we will need to modify, because currently we don't have any post requests that we can execute. But that's something we're going to do next video. So the cancel button is now orange. That's the danger variant. Let's see how secondary looks like. And I think secondary is something I prefer over the danger button. So there we are. Cancel button is great. Okay, so that's it for this video. Now we have our create page. It looks good, and see you in the next video. Okay, now let's actually create an entry and store it in our database. Therefore, let's go over to our diary entries controller, and we have a create action already. This create action is really just returning the create view. So what we need to do is we need to copy this and duplicate it, but this time the create action will be a post action. So we need to add an annotation here, which is the HTTP post. Now, what are we going to post? We're going to post a diary entry object. So a diary entry object. So where do we get this diary entry object from? Well, we get it from our create.cs HTML file, because this is a diary entry model. And once we click on the submit button, this one here, what it will do is it will do the method post. So this form, this entire form here, is a method post form, which will then run a certain action. Now, which action should it run? Well, it should run our newly created create action. Okay, so we need to add create in here. This will now run this action here, and it will give us the diary entry object, which we then can use in here. So it will get all of the input, the title, the content, the created, and then once we click on the submit button, so on this button that is called create, it will submit, which is this event that will then be triggered to run this post event, which will then try to store the data. And then I would say, let's actually finalize this. So we get this object, but at this point, we would not store the object anywhere. Okay, let's run this real quick. And let's see, let's go to my diary. Let's create a new entry, test1, and content will be test 1, 2, 3. And here, let's select the date. Let's select today and click on create. And we see we get an object here of type models diary entry. And it has the content of test 1 to 3. It is created on the 11th of June, 2024. And we are only storing the date, not the date time. Okay, we could add date time in here if we wanted to, but it's something we specifically stated here. Okay, we said date. The type of the input for my created is going to be of type date. If I wanted to have the time, I would have to select date time. Either is fine. Then going back to our diary entries here, we can see that the ID is 0 and the title is test1. Okay, so at this point, we get an object. We get the object from the view over to this class here. And now we just need to store it. How can we store it in our database? Well, the cool thing is we already have access to our database. Our application DB context is already there. So let's go ahead and select this DB context. So DB _DB diary entries.add. So you see our database has a table called diary entries, and we can add our object, which is of diary entry type, to our diary entries database. So if we look at our database here, you recall this table is called diary entries. So this table is this table here, and we're adding an object to it, which is of diary entry type, which has all of the 4 properties that we defined. And now we just need to make sure that those changes that we made to our diary entries table also are changed. So this is the moment where those changes are saved to the database. So this is where it adds a new diary entry to the database, but this is where it's actually saving those changes. So in this line here. Okay. And now instead of returning the current view, we need to return a redirection here. So there's this redirect to action. And then we need to define to which action we want to redirect. And we can, for example, redirect to the index action. Now you see there are multiple overloads. And there's one where you add the root values or you add the controller name, for example. So if you wanted to, you could go to the home page here. So this would be home index. So once we add an item, now it will send us back to the home page. Let's test that real quick. Let's run it. And let's also see if we even store data in our table, in our database here. So diary, create a new diary entry, my best day of my life. And wait a second, life, best day of my life. There we are. Oh yeah, so now I don't like that now that I've changed it to date instead of my create HTML date time. I don't like the type of the form anymore. Let's rerun it. Sorry for that. But now you see what this date time did. It changed the form. Now if we go over here, we can now select it. Okay, it's a selectable again. Best day and day of my life. And then we click create, and you see we are sent back to the home page. Okay, this is the home page. This is not the diary page. And now let's also check out our database. Let's fetch for the first 1,000 rows, and we can see we have best day of my life. So it added a new item for best day of my life here. Pretty cool stuff. So now there were a few things that came together. Let's go back to the diary entries controller, and instead of using home here, I'm just going to use index, and that will just send me to the index of the current controller. What is the current controller? We're in the diary entries controller. Okay, so it's going to send me to the index page of the diary entries controller, which is this index page, which just displays all of the diary entries. So let's rerun this, and I'm not going to do a hot reload here because I think there's too much going on. I'm going to actually rerun the application. Let's go back to our home page, our diary page. Another amazing day learning to code. Coding rocks. And then we just select the date, and that was, let's say, yesterday, and we create that entry. And there we are. The entry has been created, coding rocks, and we are also sent back to our diary entries page. So to the index page, which is our diary entries page, right, for this controller. And we can see the entries have been reflected. And I'd say that's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we're going to look at client-side validation. And that means that the validation is going to happen directly in the browser. It's not going to happen in the server or on the server. So let's have a look at that. Therefore, if we just click on create for now, we see that we get an error here right now. So an error occurred while saving the entity changes, the inner exception for details. Well, the inner exception. And the inner exception is that SQL exception cannot insert the value null into column content. Okay, so we know that our column is a non-nullable, right? So let's go over to our models here, diary entry, and it cannot be null. There can be an empty string, but it cannot be null, and those fields are required. So the title, content, and created are required. So when we don't enter those, we're getting an error. So what we can do is we can avoid that by adding client-side validation and server-side validation. First, we're going to look at client-side validation, as I said. And the cool thing is there is this partial view. It's called validation scripts partial, and it includes the jQuery to validate. Okay. So in order to use that, what we need to do is we need to go to our create.cs HTML, which is this view here inside of our diary entries. And we can just add the validation at the bottom with a very simple piece of code. And that's pretty cool because everything else is then taken care of for us. And that is we add section scripts, and then within the curly brackets, that's where we use partial name equals, and then the name of this script that I was talking about. So this one, validation scripts partial. So you can just copy this name, go over here and add that in here if you don't want to manually type it in, and then you just need to close this tag. So this partial tag allows us, or this tag helper allows us to render a partial view. So we're not really rendering anything visually, but what we do is we add the client-side validation. Okay, so once we pasted that name in here, we just need to make sure that it's written correctly. I accidentally had 2 underscores and then it won't work. So just make sure it's exactly the name as this file here. You have to have the underscore here. And then we can go over to our application and check out the client-side validation. So if I now hit the create button, you see I get, well, nothing. It just sets the focus of our form to the title, and there's this little red circle surrounding it. So currently, even if I enter a title, let's say title, all right, like so, and now I click create, you see it goes to the next field and says, okay, this field is empty. However, we don't have any way of letting the user know yet that there's something wrong here. Okay, so that's something we need to fix, and we're going to do that in the next video. But for now, you just see how easy it is to make sure that the user doesn't just enter nothing and hits create. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to see how we can modify our code so that the error message when the user doesn't enter something or enters something wrong, that is visible to the user. And there are multiple ways how we can achieve that. One of them would be to give an entire summary as to what is missing. So that would be an ASP validation summary. So I'm inside of the create.cs HTML file, and inside of the form, that's where I'm going to create a new div. And this div will be my ASP validation summary. So you see this is an ASP tag helper coming in again. And this tag helper here, I can select which kind of errors I want to display. So for example, model only, all, or none. So I'm going to say, just give me all. And then I'm going to say that the text should be in red. So text should be danger, text minus danger. That will make the text red. So now let's close this div tag and let's rerun our application because we already have client-side validation. So it should automatically already display if something is wrong. So let's go ahead and create, and you see it says the title field is required, the content field is required, and the create field is required. Okay, we didn't enter any of those values, so that's why we get this summary here. So basically this is a summary of all the errors that are available in terms of the form entry, so whatever the user has missed. And this is a way for the user to see all at once. Now, what if we want to specifically show that, for example, the title is required if the user didn't enter a title? Well, therefore, we can use something called validation for, so another tag helper here. And herefore, I'm just going to use a span, which is the lightweight way of adding something visual to an application or to an HTML file, and it's going to be validation for. So here I need to define what the validation is for, and here there are multiple options. For example, here it would make sense to do the validation for, well, the title, because I'm currently directly inside of this title form item here. And then I can also add a class here, let's say the same as we had earlier, text danger. So that is going to be well visible. All right. So now let's rerun this, and we should see that the title now should display an error as well here. So there we are. The title field is required. So this is the text that appears directly under the form item. Now we can obviously add that to the other items as well. So I would recommend that you pause the video and try to add it into your own code. And once you've done that, you continue watching. Okay, I hope you paused the video and added the code to your project. So I'm going to copy this piece here and I'm going to add that to my other items. So this one will be for content, and the final one will be under my created. So here also for created. So now if we run this once again, we should see that whenever we miss something, we will see it underneath the fields as well. So let's add a text, my day, and now let's go ahead and create again here, and we can see that my day, the error disappeared here, but the other two are still there, and content as well as date are still there. Okay, so how can I now modify the text that will be visible there? Well, the cool thing is we have an easy way to achieve that, and that is inside of our diary entry file. So inside of the model file, we can specifically state what the error is that should be displayed. So here we can go ahead and say something like required, and then opening parentheses or parentheses in general, and then we can say error message. So there's this property called error message, which is a validation attribute item. Okay, so a validation attribute to be simpler, and here we can just enter a string. So please enter a title, for example. Okay, now let's check that and see if this has been modified now accordingly. So let's go ahead in here, create a new item, and let's enter something here, and let's create, and you see, please enter a title is displayed. So it's in the summary as well as underneath the form item itself. Okay, so now we can modify that. Now the cool thing is we can go even further. Okay, so we can modify specifically, let's say that the title should have a certain length. So there is another annotation here, string length. You can see that here already, where it says string length should be, let's say 100, but then I can also add an error message, and I can also add a minimum length as well. So I can say, okay, minimum length should be, let's say 3, and the error message, which is an optional here, you can see here, or nullable, so it's optional to enter it. So the error message should be minimum, or the title must be between 3 and 100 characters. Okay, so maybe we add an exclamation mark here as well. So you see, this is what the entire line is going to look like. I'm going to put that into a separate line so it's easier to read for you. And now let's run this again, and we should see that we have a really good working validation here. So let's enter something that is 2. So 2 letters. Okay, whatever length. So you see the title must be between 3 and 100 characters. So this pops up first without the others even popping up. But even after we fixed that, then we click create, and then it will display the other problems that arise. You see, our tool is fast enough to really make the adjustments on the fly. And then if we add a text that is way too long, so let's say this entire code as the title, then it doesn't know what to do with it. Actually, we cannot even enter a longer text. So it is really limited to 100 characters, but it cannot limit it to being below 3 because you need to enter something, right? Okay, so that's pretty much what you need to understand about client-side validation and how you can modify your items here. All right, so now feel free to modify the model and adjust it accordingly. But something that you must understand is how insanely powerful it is what's going on here, because we are modifying those annotations inside of our model, which then tells the CS HTML and jQuery what it needs to do. So it understands, all right, so for this, let's say, title, so for this title property, there are certain rules that are defined inside of, obviously, the title diary entry. So inside of this model diary entry, because that's the model of our create CS HTML file, and then it checks against whatever is written here. So it's pretty powerful, because we don't have to manually do that in the HTML or modify the JavaScript code or anything like that. We just add a very simple line to our to our model, and it does the trick for us. So that's why I think ASP MVC is just amazing. All right, ASP.NET MVC. Cool. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at how we can add server-side validation to our project as well. So we have client-side validation, which will do 90% of the work or 99% of the work already. But if you don't have any server-side validation, it could very well happen that hackers can very easily modify whatever their browser is sending to your server, and then they could basically destroy your database or fill it up with content that you don't want to have, or basically you give away control over how data is stored. So let's take back the control and add server-side validation as well. So that is really just making sure that whatever people enter is checked twice in that case, because we're checking it on the front end, but we're also checking it in the back end, so to speak, on our server. So how can we do that? Well, the thing is, I am inside of my diary entry controller. All right. And in here, I can check if the object, so this OBJ, this diary entry object, is null or not null. So I'm just going to say if it's not null, and if the object title dot length, for example, is less than 3, then I'm going to create an error. All right. So I'm going to add something to the model state. Now the model state is a property that is directly available inside of our controller base. Well, basically it's available to controllers in general, and it gives you details about the state of the given model. And in our case, I'm going to add a model error. I'm just going to say that the key of that error, and if you hover over add model error, you can see that it is a key value pair. So key and exception. So I'm going to add the title of key, and well, I'm not going to do the exception part. I'm going to do the error message part. You see here string error message. So there are two different overloads here. One is with an error message. The other one was with the exception that you want to trigger. And I'm just going to say title too short here. All right. So this will make sure that we get an additional layer of checking if the data that was entered is correct. Because let's say we get rid of this line here in our diary entry. So I commented this part out where I just said, okay, the string length must be between 3 and 100. I'm going to get rid of this for now so that I can show you the server-side validation easier. Okay. Now here we're adding a model error to our state, to our model state. So now we can check if our model state is valid, and only if that's the case, only then do we want to store data inside of the database. Okay. So only if all went well, then I want to store it and I want to send the user back to index. Otherwise, I'm just going to return the view with the current object. So what's going to happen here is I'm basically saying, okay, you know what? There was an error in your entry and whatever. And what I'm going to give you back is your object so that your view directly knows which object to display. So to speak, in this case, we are creating a new item, and the item that we created but didn't store yet, we're going to get back even if there were errors. So let's look at this so for this to make a little more sense. So we're creating an entry, new entry, and I'm just going to have a very short word here, and I will create actual content. So another amazing day, and the date will be today, and the title is too short, right? But I turned off the validation of the title of being too short. As you recall, maybe here, I got rid of this line. So now the title can be 2 characters long, at least on the client side validation side, but not on the server side validation. So let's go ahead and create it. And it says title too short. However, if you click on it, you can see something. It says title too short. And here you see that the page is actually reloading. So this is an actual refresh of the website. So that means that this was actually sent to the server, and the server sends back and says the title is too short. So this here is specifically server-side validation, which means if we run our application, let me show you. Actually, let's do it with a break. And therefore, I'm going to go over to our diary entries controller. I want to see if the state is valid or otherwise. Okay, so I'm going to say otherwise, give me the data as well. So let's just run it now. Let's go over here. Let's create an entry that is too short. Okay. And let's select any given day, create. Now let's jump over here, and we see that this was not triggered. So the model state is false. So the is valid is set to false. Now we can go deeper, and we will see that the title has an invalid state. So that's where this invalid state came from. Okay, it says errors 1, and it created this model error where it says the error message is title too short. Okay, so that was triggered on the server side, because this is server side code. This is not front end code. Okay, on the server side, this error was triggered. And now our view is being returned. So because that's where this breakpoint is, right? We are in this limbo where it says, okay, should I return the view? Well, I'm going to say yes, return the view now. And we can click on continue, and it returns the view. And now we get this error. And this here is a server side error that is displayed, not the client side error or client side validation that is happening here. Okay, cool. So now you've seen how you can use client-side validation as well as server-side validation. And you also understood why this makes sense. So this is just making sure that you really only store data in your database that follows certain rules that you define specifically when creating. So now you can modify that even further. You could say the content has to have a certain length, or the date has to have a certain format or whatever. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. All right, so now that we know how to create and how to read data, let's look at the updating of data, which means editing data. So if we go to our index page, and not this one, but this one, so the one for our diary entries, this index page here, there we will find that currently we just have this table of data where it says edit and delete. So this isn't really great, but I would like to change that. And how am I going to change that? Well, I'm going to add an ASP controller here, and that will be diary entries, and it should send us to an ASP action, which we will need to set up, which will be our edit action. And we will need to add some more details to it. But the general idea here is that this A tag should say something like edit. All right. And I'm going to add a little pencil here, an edit pencil as well. Therefore, let's go ahead and search for an edit icon here. And here you can select whichever you prefer. I'm just going to use this one here, and I'm going to copy this path. You can also copy this class here, and this will work if you have the right CSS file of Bootstrap, but the SVG will work regardless. So I'm just going to add this SVG and then it's going to say edit. Okay, so this will now be my edit button. It doesn't have an action yet, but let's just see how this is going to look like so that we can go to the next step, which will then be to add the edit action. So my diary, and we can see there we have our edit button here, which allows me to modify this. So currently this just looks like a link. We can change that. We can change that to be a button, and therefore we can just add a class here. I'm going to add the class right here, class, which will be a button and button primary. And I'm going to make the button small as well. Button small, BTNSM. All right, so let's run this again and see if we like it, because if we do, then we can do the same thing for the delete button. There we are. This is our edit button. And then let's do the same thing for our delete button. So here, delete, and I'm going to call this one button danger, or use the button danger. And now obviously we need to change the SVG. So again, let's search for the right icon here. I'm going to call this one delete, and let's see which options we have. So you can select either option. I like this trash, filled a lot. Well, whatever, let's just use trash here. And again, this is up to you. Just use whatever you prefer. And I'm going to put that SVG in here as well. And let's see if we like what we have there. So my diary, we have edit and delete. Now, obviously you can change that. So usually you would have red being the delete feature, or the delete button, but in our specific theme, red is the theme color. So using red as a delete doesn't really have the same impact. So that's why it's orange. Okay, so you can obviously change that to your liking. And I'd say let's go ahead and add the edit action in the next video. So see you there. All right, so now that we have the edit button, now let's go ahead and prepare the edit view as well as the edit action, because the structure is always the same, right? We need to create the action inside of our controller, and then we need to have a view with that same action name. We had this create action, which returned a view. Now we're going to do something similar, and we're going to also require the same thing for this edit action. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this action. So public action result, and this one will be edit. And here you see we will need an object. That would be one way. Another way would be to just get an ID, and this could be null. And we're going to see how that works in a second. And this one should return a view. Now this view, however, needs to be an object, because in the edit screen, what we want to have is we want to have the same thing as we have in the create screen, except for that it loads the object that we want to edit directly from the database. Okay, so in our database, if we look at it, currently we have a few items, right? All of these items here. And once we click on edit, what we want to happen is we go to this edit screen and it populates all of these items here. So all of these form items with the right value. And instead of saying create diary entry, it should say edit diary entry here. And instead of saying create, it should say update or edit. So how are we going to get there? Well, now that we have this edit action, let's go ahead and create the view for it. Inside of views, diary entries, right click, add, and select view here, razor view empty. And I'm going to call this one edit.cs HTML. Let's add that here, and let's get rid of everything and take everything from the create page. So mark everything, paste it in here. And now the model will stay the same. We're going to use the diary entry model. Instead of saying create diary entry, we're going to say edit or update diary entry. Instead of the application's form action being create, we're going to say this will be edit. However, this is something we will need to still define inside of our diary entries controller. So we don't have the edit action yet, which is similar to this create action, which is the post action, right? So here, this is again the post action that we would need to build. That's something we're going to do later. But everything else that we need to change is going to be, I think, only one thing. And that will be that instead of saying create, it should say edit here. All right. Everything else should pretty much stay the same. And in case we need to modify anything, we're going to do that in a second. So how do we get to this edit screen? Well, we get there from our index screen, and not this one, but this one here. So from our views, diary entries, index page. So from there, we need to get to the edit screen, and we have an edit button for that. So this is our edit button that we defined last video. And now what it should do is it should go to the diary entries controller and get into the edit action. Okay, it should run this edit action. And this by itself will, however, not be enough, because if we look at our diary controller, as I said, we need to get an ID, because we need to somehow know which item should we edit. Because otherwise we would, like, if we get a random item, we would edit a random item, but we need to specifically get the item that we clicked on. And how do we know which item we clicked on? Well, that's something we see in the side of index here. Okay, in the index.cs HTML, we have this for each loop, which says entry in model. What is model? Well, model is the list of diary entries. So each entry, so this entry item for each iteration of this for loop is going to be a diary entry. So an object of diary entry. There we get the title, the content, the created, and now what we need is the ID. So there is also this thing called, so we could have another row here at entry.id. Okay, we can get the ID. However, we don't want to have an extra table data for that. What we want is we want to pass this information to this ASP action edit. And in order to do that, we can just say ASP minus root minus ID is going to be the entry.id. So this will now pass the ID of the entry that we clicked on, because we're in this for each loop, right? Where for each individual row inside of our page, we have the title, the content, the created, and in the background, the ID. Here, once we click on this item, it should give us the ID of went hiking, which is ID 1, or went shopping, which is ID 2. And how do I know that? Well, it's in the database. So ID 1, ID 2, and so forth. So now I am passing this information over to my diary entries controller action edit. So we get the ID, and now what we need to do is we need to check and create the diary entry item out of it. So this diary entry item will come from the database. So underscore db dot diary entries dot, and here we can find the right item based on the ID. Now things can go wrong. ID is a nullable, right? Which is why I'm going to say diary entry should be a nullable as well, in case there is no item behind that ID or the ID is empty. Now, obviously, we can go even further. We can say if ID is null or ID is 0, then we're just going to display the error page. So return not found. This will send us to the 404 page. And obviously we need a double equal sign here. And then we get the diary entry item. Now we can use this diary entry and pass it on to the view. But that only if this diary entry isn't empty. So I can say if diary entry is null, then please also return not found. And in all other cases, go ahead and return the view, which will be our edit view, based on the diary entry that we've gotten from the ID that was given to our edit action. Now I just forgot one thing to add, and that is the add sign, because otherwise it doesn't know that we're talking about code here. Inside of our index.html for our button here, for the edit button, we need to add this add sign entry ID so that it actually knows, okay, we're talking about the ID of the diary entry. And now at this point, we should be able to run our application, go over to our diary, go to the edit page, and we see the data is populated. So we have the went hiking with Joe, and the date. We can click on the cancel button, which will send us back to our diary entries index page. And now let's see if it works for went shopping as well. There we are, it works flawlessly. Then let's go over to went diving, and it works as intended. Now, obviously this edit button itself here is not going to work yet, because what it currently does, I think it creates something. Let me check. Even though I think I edited already, I edited this button and I called it, edit action post. Obviously we don't have this action yet. So we still need to create an action, a post action, an HTTP post action, which we haven't done yet. By the way, this here is an HTTP get action by default. Okay. We didn't specifically define that, but this is just a get request, and this one here is a post request for the create that we created earlier. Now we need to do the same thing for our edit with some minor tweaks. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video we're going to take care of the post request for our edit page. Okay, so we created this post request for our create action earlier. Now let's just copy this and paste it underneath our edit, and let's rename it to edit. So our action result will be the edit action result. Now I'm going to keep the length check. So when we are editing, we still want to make sure that we apply certain rules, right? And instead of adding a new item, I'm going to update the item. So this one updates the diary entry, not to, but in the database. And then we still need to save the changes, and we're going to redirect to the action. And if something went wrong, we're going to still reopen the page. Okay, so you see, create and edit are very similar. The only difference really is this part here, where we're saying, okay, we're not adding a new item as we had here with this add function, but we are updating the item, so the object here. So at this point, we just need to make sure that our edit page has the right action. So here that the form action is in fact the edit action, that the post method is also set. And then I believe we should be pretty much good to go. This will be submit button and it should be fine. So let's run this and see if we can now modify items. Okay, so went hiking with Joe is our first entry, and let's rename it to went hiking with Joe and N. All right, now let's click on edit, and we see that we updated our entry here. So now we have create, read, update. So the CRUD operations are almost done. We just need the D, which is delete, which is going to be something that we are going to do in the next video. But let's play around a little more here. We again see the CRUD operation. So went shopping again, went shopping with my wife. And how was that? Great. Okay. So yeah, now I made the change here and you see the change has been reflected. Now we don't order them by date yet. That's something we can do as well. How about we do that in a separate video? But for now, I'd say we're good to go. We know how to edit items in our database using our beautiful ASP.NET code. So see you in the next video. Okay, so in this video, I just wanted to talk about the ID part of routing because we used it since we are editing, and you can find that here where it says ASP route ID is entry ID. And we looked at routing in the first chapter, but now it's time to look at routing once again now that we have the edit button, or now that we have the edit page. Because once we go to went hiking, for example, and we click on edit, you see that we get to the edit action with the ID of 1. So now I can manipulate it by, let's say, going to 2, and you see I directly go to went shopping again. Or I can manipulate it to 3, and it sent me to went diving. So you see, this is where the ID comes in. So this is an optional field, but now we are passing it along. So if I pass it, it tries to go to the ID that I passed, or that I added to the route, to the URL. Now, however, if I try to enter something that doesn't exist, let's say 10, you see this local host page can't be found. So with the ID of 10 that doesn't exist in the database, I'm getting this error. However, if I go to 5, I see that there is an entry and it says another amazing day learning to code. Okay, so just for you to understand routing a little more, this is something that we now can actually see live in action and not just in theory as we've seen it in the first chapter, where I didn't go into depth at that point. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Okay, so I hope you finished the challenge. The challenge was to create the delete action as well as the delete view. Okay, and the delete action, not the post variant, but the other one, right? Just the get variant, which is this one here, similar to this one here, basically. So let's take this edit code and paste it underneath and then modify it. So now it should say delete, and the rest can pretty much stay the same. So that's the cool thing. We don't need to modify anything because the delete screen should pretty much load the diary entry with the ID that we clicked on when we clicked on delete. Now we need to set up the view. So let's go ahead and create a new view here. Add new view, and it's going to be a razor view, and I'm going to call this one delete. And it's going to have the same code as the edit CS.html, except for a few changes. So it's going to say delete diary entry. Then the action should be delete. We will need to create this action, this post action. Currently, we're just taking care of the get action, right? Then we have to change the buttons here. So instead of edit, it should say delete. And maybe the button should not be primary, but danger, because then it will be this orange color, so to speak. And now we just need to find a way to get there. Okay, so how do we get there? From the index.html, where we need to add the delete action here. So this is the ASP controller diaries and ASP action, where we now need to say that it should be the delete action. And we also need to pass the ID. So we can just copy it from the edit button here and paste it in here as well, because we just need the ID, right? Now at this point, let's go ahead and test this. So there we are, my diary. And I had this test variant here at the bottom. So let's click on delete. And there we are. So I would like to delete it, but I cannot yet because, well, we didn't design the delete action, the HTTP post variant of it yet, which we're going to do in the next video. But we get to the delete screen already. So we see delete with the current ID, which is ID 7 for this particular item. And I can still cancel it and get back to the index screen of my diary. But yeah, that's pretty much working as intended already. So if you managed to do all of that by yourself, congratulations. If not, then please revisit it, try to do it by yourself once again. And then see you in the next video where we're going to take care of the delete action. And by the way, this is also something you can try for yourself, okay? Because you know how to do the edit action. And now instead of updating the database, so the db or underscore db dot diary entries dot, instead of update, you will not now need to delete. All right, so see you in the next video. All right, now let's take care of deleting. And I hope you tried it yourself. If you didn't, then pause the video and try to take care of deleting. Therefore, a little hint, you can use the same method that we used for edit. You just need to make a minor change there, okay? So, well, actually a few changes, but it's not too crazy. So I hope you paused. And now let's go ahead and copy that part. So this entire HTTP post iAction result edit, let's copy that and put it underneath our other delete method. Let's call it delete. And we still want to know the diary entry object that we are getting. And then instead of updating, we are going to delete. So we don't even need to check if the model state is valid. We just need to make sure that we remove the item. So here we're going to say remove. And this will remove the diary entry from the database. Now we don't need to return the current view. We just need to redirect back to the index here. Okay, so let's test it. Now, what was important, by the way, is that on the delete screen, once we click on this button here, the button should do the action delete here. That was important. So post method delete. Okay, so let's try it. Let's go to the delete page of our test entry here. Click on delete and we see we get back to our main screen, our index, and there we don't have this entry anymore. Let's see in the database. So there we are, selecting top 1000 rows will leave us with 5 entries. So let's go ahead and delete another action. So another amazing day. And there we are, deleted. Now let's select the top 1000 rows and we see we only have 4 entries left. So there we are, we have our diary entry. Now we have covered all the CRUD operations, the create, read, update, and delete. So this page here, the index page, is the read page. This here is our create page. This here is our edit page. And this here is our delete page. So now we have covered all the 4 CRUD operations and we're good to go with more complex applications. But it was really important to understand these basics because, well, you need to have a way to manage your data. You need to have a way to store data and for a user to store data if you have some user management tool or anything like that. Congratulations for making it this far and for learning these skills. Now, obviously, we can still modify the website a little bit. We can get rid of this home and privacy because this is really all about the diary app. We can make some other changes to this table to make it look nicer and all of that. But that's it for this video, so see you in the next one.
Congratulations, you've now completed the first 3 hours of our ASP.NET 9 Development Masterclass. We hope you're feeling more confident in setting up and working with ASP.NET Core 9. But don't stop here, this is just the beginning. Head over to the full course through the link below to continue your learning journey. You'll unlock more advanced topics, hands-on projects, and access to our community and support resources. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I wish you all the best on your journey as a developer. Now, please also hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. And thanks a lot again, and see you in the next video.